Stick with me. You and I are watching a totally normal day at Kennen Academy flip upside down when Professor J steps up. He whips out this weird crystal orb device to measure their mana levels, dropping a bombshell that he is hunting for a hidden monster among them. Argan steps up first. The orb flashes 4 for quality and 17 for quantity, already crushing last year's average. Then Furion flexes on them, hitting 6 for quality and 20 for quantity. Jaws literally drop. But our sleepy boy Damien wakes up, taps the orb, and totally wrecks the curve with a 9 for quality and an insane 67 quantity. Now everybody is staring dead at Asta. He tries playing it cool, but the system flashes a solid 10 before straight up glitching out from overloading the limit. Asta quickly forces a redo, faking a super harmless 3 for quality and 15 for quantity. There is a massive reason our boy hides his real stats. Not too long ago, Asta, working as a fixer for the Declan family, straight up stole a highly valuable tome. Assassins hunt him down, but he effortlessly wipes them all out, keeping the last guy alive for some brutal interrogation. Asta chokes the hunter with his magic, demanding to know how the tome works, but the dude genuinely has zero clue. Asta realizes the Declan house totally underestimated the tome's value, otherwise they wouldn't have dumped it in some rusty basement. Yet here they are, sending killers over it. Since the family doesn't even know how to use it, the hunter suggests Asta hand it over so he can beg the big boss for his life. Asta completely shoots down that offer, letting the hunter know it's game over for him. Now watch closely, because a portal just rips open right behind him, leaking an absolute monster of an aura. That crazy pressure belongs to a seriously stylish dude holding a cane. Turns out, this is Farron Declan himself, the head of the Declan family. Farron tells Asta to hand back the tome so they can have a nice little chat. Honestly, Asta is sweating from the raw power radiating off this guy. Asta has been a fixer for over 10 years, spending 5 of those working directly for the Declan family. But get this, this is literally the first time he's ever seen the boss in person. The Declan house is the absolute top-tier magical family in the Eastern continent, and rumor says this boss is the strongest mage in their entire history. Asta can sense the insane danger, but he chooses to play it totally cool. Asta calls Farron out, asking if he's seriously trying to snatch someone else's hard-earned loot. Farron just chuckles at the disrespect, but deep down, Asta is low-key freaking out, knowing exactly what fighting the head means. Asta admits to himself that Farron's aura is the most overwhelming thing he has ever felt. Farron straight up tells Asta he could easily kill him and take it, but he'd rather negotiate. He actually wants Asta to come back and work for the family. He promises to wipe his criminal record totally clean if he just returns the stolen tome. Farron admits Asta has some seriously top-tier talent and really hates seeing it go to waste. He is honestly super impressed that a gray zone street kid like Asta managed to master such high-level, lethal magic techniques. Farron sweetens the pot, telling Asta he could literally climb to the very top if he just lets the Declan family back him up. After hyping up all the crazy perks of rejoining the house, Farron brings it back to the main point, hand over the damn tome. I know what you're thinking, did he give up? Asta actually accepts and Farron sighs in relief. But wait, Asta drops a bomb. He has one condition and he demands the most savage, unbelievable thing ever. He tells Farron to hand over his spot as head of the house, and maybe then he will think about returning it. The absolute disrespect. To prove his point, Asta instantly finishes off his hostage. This completely triggers Farron, who warns Asta that he just chose a one-way ticket to his own grave. Asta knows the boss isn't wrong here, but he still charges forward to attack anyway, just to test the insane power gap between them. Farron effortlessly blocks Astaz's blue strike with a simple red shield. Right then, Farron decides it's time to teach this kid a harsh lesson about playing in the big leagues. Standing completely still, Farron gathers his aura and blasts a magic explosion that sends Astaz flying backwards. Astaz nearly gets roasted alive but barely dodges. Now he truly understands why this guy is the absolute boss. He can't find a single opening, and the second Farron spots him slipping, he slams him with another heavy strike. Farron flexes, telling him there is zero need to test their strength because the power gap is just way too massive. Suddenly, Astaz is staring down a massive magic attack he literally cannot dodge. It crushes him, but Farron explicitly lets him know he held back. He tells Astaz he isn't ready to end him just yet. He seriously just wants to talk. Astaz smirks and asks what happens if he actually agrees to come back now. Farron bluntly says he wouldn't even believe him. Astaz is glad they are finally on the same page. With everything clear, he charges up another magic spell, screaming that he will never be anyone's errand boy or lapdog ever again. He dumps everything into one lightning strike. Trust me, you will want to see how this ends. All right, stick with me here. Astaz launches at Farron, screaming he is not going back to that kennel. But his biggest magic attack totally fails against Farron, who is about to show him real godlike power. Before Astaz even registers it, he gets blasted by a devastating magic strike that flashes his life before his eyes. He opens his eyes, and Farron is right there towering over him. The dude literally asks if he has seen true power yet. Astaz admits the guy is insanely strong. Since Farron wants to chat, Astaz asks if he is ready to hire him as a problem solver again. Farron smirks, telling Astaz he wants him to be way more than just a simple fixer. Looks like he wants him leading the Bangshin family. Astaz is totally shocked by the offer. This clan house is so stacked they could literally go to war with the throne. Astaz realizes they want him to head the Bangshin family and pledge absolute loyalty to the Basella house. Now Astaz finally gets Farron's actual endgame. He dips into his spatial storage and pulls out the legendary tome. Farron hits him with a creepy smile, saying he wants both Astaz and the book. He is pumped Astaz made the right choice. But pay attention right here. Just as Farron reaches for it, Astaz straight up sets the book on fire. A completely stunned Farron screams out, asking what he is doing. Astaz just tells him he was never gonna hand it over. Farron threatens him with the most brutal death imaginable. But Astaz drops a bomb. He did not become a fixer for cash. He is absolutely furious, because Declan's young master literally devoured one of his best bros using forbidden dark magic. And after that insane tragedy, Declan totally covered it up. Hearing this, Farron is shook, finally realizing Astaz is hunting them down for pure revenge. Astaz makes it super clear. He only wanted justice for his fallen boys. He even calls his recent crazy winning streak a retirement party. Then Astaz calmly announces these are his final words. The second he stops talking, Farron absolutely torches him, yelling at Astaz to burn and regret his dumb choices. But even while literally being roasted alive, Astaz screams back that he regrets absolutely nothing. Astaz was completely ready to give up his life, just as long as he never had to serve that toxic clan again. As the wild flames swallow him whole, Astaz smiles at the freedom. He swears if he ever respawns, he is bringing absolute hell on them. Then out of nowhere, Astaz feels time literally just stop. He is completely lost, but for some crazy reason, the magic book is still glowing in his hands. Insane magic circles start wrapping around his entire body, and that is the very last thing he sees before passing out. When our boy finally opens his eyes, he is chilling in some rundown slum looking like a total beggar. I know what you are thinking. A second chance? Absolutely. He looks around and realizes he has literally respawned back as a kid in the gray zone. Asta sprints over to a nearby lake and stares at his reflection, just to make absolutely sure it is him. Yup, just a mini version of himself, and that crazy fire mark is still sitting on his chest. He has no clue how he managed to time travel, but he is 100% sure the magic from that burned tome triggered the whole thing. He also figures the book must be insanely overpowered if the clan head was hunting it down so hard. But honestly, info on the tome is super rare, so he is flying blind here. But hey, since he got this epic regression cheat code and a fresh start, Asta decides it is finally time to crush his original goals. He remembers the massive dream that both he and his fallen bro shared back in the day. They used to talk about why they were stuck at the bottom. His boy always said their lives would be totally different if they just had some proper education. They wouldn't be treated like trash by the rich elites using them as pawns. That is exactly why Asta wanted to cash out, to build a public library. He wants a place where anyone, no matter their cash, status, or gender, can pull up and read for free. But now he wants to flex and build a massive tower library. Does he actually need a tower? Nope. He just wants to do it for the vibes. Even crazier, he plans to print the clan's top-secret martial arts right on page 1, giving everyone in the slums free access to their overpowered techniques. He is already smirking at how badly this will trigger the nobles. The only catch is stealing that manual first. Man is absolutely loving his villain arc right now. When out of nowhere, bam, a boot slams his cheek. He spins around and spots this pissed-off dude, demanding to know where he wandered off to. The guy keeps stomping Asta, yelling about saving him a seat while he was AWOL. Asta is honestly struggling to remember this random NPC treating him like a punching bag. Our boy refuses to be treated like garbage today, so he easily catches the dude's leg. He casually mentions the guy hit him 7 times, but he is paying it back 70 times over. Asta strikes his chest, but his kid body is so weak he just sprains his wrist. Asta is absolutely dumbfounded by this. So what do you and I make of this? Before he can process the epic fail, he eats another punch. The bully goes back to stomping him, and Asta literally cries from the pain. Stick with me. He takes a brutal beating until he finally shoves the guy into the lake. Before the guy can even stand up, Asta completely books it. The dude crawls out, yelling at him for running away, but Asta claps back. He is not running, bro. This is purely a tactical retreat. He yells back that he is totally memorizing his face. Every single punch. Oh, he is keeping a receipt for that. Quitting just is not in this veteran fixer's dictionary. Payback is 100% guaranteed. Hiding in a dark alley, he stares down at his totally busted wrist. He literally cannot believe how incredibly weak his body is. Bro injured himself just by throwing 1 punch. So Asta puts his dreams on hold to train this absolute disaster of a weak body. Suddenly, this random kid with 1 glowing red eye pops up, asking if he is hungry. Asta totally jumps. Like, dude, do I even know you? The kid straight up says no. Asta figures as much. The boy dresses like some rich noble who probably got kicked to the curb during a messy family power struggle. In Asta's mind, this kid is a literal walking time bomb of pure trouble. The kid, then, introduces himself as Damien. Asta is super confused. Why is this weird kid just staring and talking to him? He has to ask if the kid is actually mentally stable. Damien just randomly drops that he has no mom. Asta fires back, saying he has no dad. Since they are basically having a tragic orphan flex off right now. Asta suggests they just go their separate ways. He seriously does not want any part of a walking time bomb like Damien. Now watch closely. Moments later, Damien is still standing there, creeping Asta out. He finally asks Damien if he is going to leave or what. Surprisingly, the kid says he is tagging along. Honestly, a small part of Astad just wants to smack some sense into him. Maybe that would wake him up, but instead, he just tells Damien to get lost. Right then, Damien touches Astad's nasty head wound and casually promises he can heal it, flashing a super creepy smile. He casts this glowing magic circle bursting with healing particles. At first, Astad thinks it is just basic magic, but boy, is he dead wrong about that. This is not normal magic at all. It is the light of healing, a top-tier secret technique from the legendary Blandor family. Apparently, the Blandor house got totally ruined by the Declan clan. Astad seriously cannot believe he just stumbled into something this insanely dangerous. He wonders why a Blandor kid is wandering the dangerous gray zone, especially since the Blandor family is supposed to be super powerful right now. While thinking, Astad calls his name. Damien answers excitedly, showing his other bright green eye. Two completely different eye colors. Seeing them, a massive, forgotten memory hits Astad like a truck. You and I both know this trope, right? This weird-eyed kid grows up to be the monster of Blandor, a crazy, literally unkillable butcher. After healing him, Damien just crouches down to count ants like a total toddler, leaving Astad completely baffled. Back before the regression, when he was still working as a fixer, the Declan family ordered his crew to check on the Blandor estate. Apparently, the Blandors desperately needed backup because some wild monster was wrecking their property. Heading over there, Astad and his boys totally thought they were just hunting a giant ogre or something. But when they finally arrived, the scene was straight-up nightmare fuel. It was Damien, tearing people apart like paper. He was spamming healing magic on himself, laughing like an absolute maniac while fighting. That is exactly how he earned the title Monster of Blandor, the butcher who refuses to die. Shaking it off, Astad decides to bury that memory and just focus on survival right now. He seriously wonders why a direct Blandor descendant is standing right here. Being the sole heir makes it super sketchy that he is hanging out in the gray zone. Then Damien suggests something totally random. He tells Astad they should eat. Damien says his mom told him eating keeps you healthy, blaming Astad's epic weakness on having an empty stomach. Honestly, Astad has to admit the kid is right. Astad asks if he actually brought any cash. Damien cheerfully says yep, and whips out a massive bag totally stuffed with gold coins. Astad's face instantly lights up with pure hype. Without skipping a beat, he loudly declares that he and Damien are now best friends. Damien is pretty shocked by the sudden friendship, but Astad totally plays the kid perfectly. He smooth talks him, saying real friends always share their stuff. Damien falls for the trick instantly and totally agrees. Astad suggests they grab some grub and Damien is all in. After completely stuffing their faces, they crash at a local shelter. Astad's stomach is packed with food, a luxury he has literally never experienced before. Meanwhile, Damien is amazed that their dining spot actually has a roof. He had been sleeping outside lately, and randomly brings up his missing dad again. Astad corrects him, saying he definitely has a dad, but Damien stubbornly refuses to agree. So what do we make of this? Astad asks about his mom and Damien says no. Basically, if they aren't around, this kid believes they just don't exist. Let's dive into this madness. Astad finally grasps the crazy situation. He asks Damien how long he's been alone. Damien casually drops that he slept 10 times since running away. Astad's brain starts working. Is the kid being hunted? 10 sleeps probably means he's been on the run for 10 whole days. But wait, Damien suddenly mentions he took naps too. Sometimes 2 little naps a day, meaning he took 10 naps in total. Doing the math, Astad figures out he's only been gone for like 3 or 4 days max. Damien acts just like any normal kid. Asta realizes even villains start innocent. Since the kid is flying solo, Asta decides to play babysitter and maybe score points with the Blandor family. He knows having them as backup will perfectly set up his future war against the Declan family. But honestly, Asta is still obsessing over the jerk who punched him 57 times. Before crashing, Asta warns Damien not to bug him. He has serious work to do. Damien instantly realizes Asta is about to practice his mana breathing. See, back in Asta's past life, his magical foundation was built on something completely basic. So he literally snuck into noble houses just to steal their magic spells. He almost died doing it, but scored knight-level body-hardening tricks and a bunch of others. Honestly, he only found true power when he was basically knocking on death's door. Watch closely here, this is where it gets real. He wants the core Declan art, the heavenly origin technique. It is a foundational masterpiece that perfectly handles literally every single mana attribute out there. He memorized it for research ages ago, but now, he is absolutely hyped to actually use it. He fires up the breathing technique, and boom! A massive power surge rips through him, feeling like straight-up liquid lava burning his veins. The pain is completely insane, but Asta refuses to quit. Suddenly, all the nasty impurities burn right out of his body. This top-tier noble technique forces mana through his circuits, totally torching away the junk holding him back. Asta fully locks in, and before long, he is literally drowning in an ocean of pure mana. When he finally wakes up from that torture session, Damien is already fast asleep. He is totally blown away. 0 impurities left in his circuits. Plus, his mana is now way cleaner than it ever was in his past life. But let's be real. Even with this epic upgrade, taking down Declan is still totally impossible. Still, his survival odds just shot up. Asta gets super pumped, remembering he is a hardcore problem solver who never ever backs down. Next up, Asta helps dye Damien's hair brown and swaps out his clothes to keep his true identity completely hidden. Finally, he tosses him a cap. Damien asks what the master plan is, and Asta grins. They are heading out to cause some absolute chaos. Soon enough, Asta finds the absolute jerk who punched him 57 times. The guy spots him and asks where he's been hiding, but before he can talk any more trash, bam, a massive punch straight to the gut. That strike sends absolute agony ripping through his entire body, knocking him out cold instantly. Asta is feeling super proud for hitting the perfect sweet spot, but he is not done yet. He fully plans on hitting these guys 123 times. The rest of the gang hears the commotion and rushes out, completely shocked that the youngest kid is causing all this absolute mayhem. I know what you're thinking. Asta is already dreaming up the most brutally wild payback. Asta just unleashes total fury, absolutely wrecking these dudes. He channels raw mana right into his fists to make every single hit hurt way worse. Damien hangs back, just watching Asta go completely goblin mode, and honestly, he is loving every second of it. Then Damien makes it 10 times worse by actually healing them so Asta can keep beating them up. His first patient is the main guy Asta hates. The dude literally thinks Damien is saving him, until Asta grabs him again, loudly reminding him about the massive combo he still owes him. Once his fists get tired, Asta upgrades to a wooden stick. He spanks the main guy so insanely hard his backside literally starts radiating heat. But nope, Asta is still not done. He yells for Damien to heal the guy again just to restart the beatdown. The poor victim doesn't see kids anymore, just 2 absolute psycho demons hunting him. Once Asta is fully satisfied for the day, he stops to put the perfect cherry on top. He actually thanks his victims for being such awesome punching bags. Talk about a completely satisfying workout. over 100 hits per person, making it over 1,000 total strikes. The dude is super proud. The beat-up leader politely begs Asta to let them leave, and he agrees. Then the guy awkwardly reminds Asta that this is actually their house, so he should leave. Asta gets it, but glares with such an insanely terrifying aura that the guy and his boys literally back away into a corner. Right then, Asta senses someone approaching. He can instantly tell this newcomer is crazy strong, just like an elite fixer. And that is where we leave it. Asta realizes they are hunting Damien, completely shocked they found him already. Let's dive into this together. Our guy Asta knows he is caught in a really bad spot. But as a seasoned fixer, he's definitely not gonna just stand around waiting to get jumped. He's faced way worse in his past life. He gathers every drop of mana, compressing it repeatedly. He forms a literal mana bullet, aiming straight ahead. He fires, but the dude totally power slides under it, screaming young Master Damien's name. The guy slides right up to Damien, and surprisingly, Damien actually knows who he is. It's the family butler, Alfredo. He hugs the kid tight, but Damien is just begging him to let go. Alfredo refuses, insisting he has to drag Damien back home. Asta just watches this whole weird scene unfold. He finally realizes Damien is a total runaway. After quick introductions, Alfredo actually invites Asta back to the estate. Since Damien clearly looks up to him, Asta takes a quick second to weigh his options. He knows this is a super prestigious family, but he just can't figure out their real angle yet. Still, he wanted to build some connections anyway, and since their turf is on the way, it works perfectly. The Senyan Academy is nearby, and with their top-tier library, Asta plans to visit and prep his own collection. After some serious thought, Asta accepts the deal. They arrive at the massive estate, and Asta realizes this is his first official visit. Since it's getting super late, Alfredo suggests they all just crash and rest for the night. He orders a maid, named Lancey, to watch over the boys. Now pay attention here. Lancey gives Damien a freezing glare, and he knows he is completely doomed. Alfredo reports he found Damien in the gray zone. Matriarch Gamo instantly snaps, firing an angry attack spell before hearing her son is safe. She finally sighs in relief, and Alfredo does too. Hurting Damien would be an instant death sentence for absolutely anyone. They call Gamo the Blood Witch for a reason. Her rage is unstoppable. She praises Alfredo's hard work. Right before leaving, Alfredo tells her there is one more crazy detail. He explains how Damien's new buddy, Asta, sensed him way before he even showed up, and he had a counterattack ready. Alfredo reveals Asta was literally gripping a loaded mana bullet when they met face to face. Gamo is stunned, admitting that is some god-tier talent for a gray zone kid. Hearing that, Alfredo says he has a huge favor to ask. The very next day, Asta wakes up to Alfredo begging him to become his official successor. Asta is totally caught off guard, and Alfredo is honestly relieved to see the kid looking completely shocked. He is dead sure Asta will accept this rare chance, but Alfredo's jaw drops when Asta casually turns him down. You saw that coming, right? Alfredo thinks his ears are broken, and even Damien is totally mind-blown. Asta admits it's a massive deal, but tells Alfredo he would rather keep things exactly the way they are. Alfredo immediately figures out Asta is cocky just because he grew up in the gray zone and learned magic through pure talent alone. Alfredo tries crushing his ego, warning him the real world is huge and full of hidden dangers. He straight up compares Asta to a canyon-dwelling goblin. But Asta claps back, saying he feels more like a wyvern. Surprised, Alfredo decides to show him reality. Alfredo drags Asta to the butler training grounds, where the hardcore apprentices are running drills. Alfredo proudly shows off this epic sight. He boasts these kids are Astaz's age and are already recognized as the Blandor family's top talent. Astaz checks them out, admitting their flawless training makes them look way more like soldiers than kids. But honestly, he's still completely unimpressed by it all. Astaz mentions he can sense their auras, making Alfredo happy. He asks again if Astaz is ready to join and shine like the elite kids. But nope, Astaz rejects him again, hitting him with a cool line about hating the light. Right then, a kid named Winster raises his hand, telling Alfredo he has a big suggestion. Winster thinks Astaz is totally talentless, which is exactly why he dodged the big offer. Plus, he thinks Astaz doesn't respect their elite status and wants to prove a point. Basically, he's demanding a duel. Alfredo senses Winster's massive ego, but allows it anyway, asking Astaz if he's down to fight. Astaz completely understands why the kid wants to throw down so badly. So what do you and I make of this? Jealousy. He knows they just see him as some lucky outsider stealing the top successor job. Alright, stick with me. You're about to watch Astaz accept a duel and ask to pick his own opponent. Astaz points right at Winster and 4 other apprentices. Everyone completely loses their minds when he demands a 5-on-1 match. Winster thinks it's a joke, but Astaz just tells him to back out if he's scared. Alfredo laughs at this, noticing Astaz totally has that hardcore determination his successor really needs. Alfredo then asks Astaz if he's actually ready to back up those wild words, and our boy confidently says yes. Alfredo promises Astaz a reward if he just lasts 1 single minute, but if he totally fails, he'll have zero choice but to become Alfredo's shiny new successor right away. Astaz totally hears the pure desperation in Alfredo's voice, but he isn't scared of this challenge. Now that they've made a solid deal, Alfredo tells them to hit the ring. The instructor in training immediately asks Alfredo if this isn't extremely dangerous. Alfredo totally admits it is, but he really needs to teach Astaz to drop the massive ego. Freaking out over hurting Damien's special guest, the instructor quickly runs over to Damien. He urgently warns him that his buddy is in some serious danger right now. The instructor desperately wants Damien to stop the duel, but surprisingly, Damien is insanely hyped for it. Damien even wants to jump in, but Lancey warns him Gamo will be mad. Meanwhile, Alfredo tells the instructor to start the fight and stop wasting time. The poor instructor realizes he has literally no other choice. He definitely tried his best to stop it. Lancey notices the instructor's total stress and walks out, but first she tells Damien to stay back. Damien just smirks, promising he won't get involved. The stressed instructor walks up to the kids to explain everything. Now pay attention, because this gets wild. It's a massive free-for-all that only ends when someone gives up, though the instructor promises he can stop the match whenever he needs. Winster glares at Astaz with pure disgust, totally ready to crush him and expose the fraud. The very second the instructor yells go, Astaz totally blitzes Winster, blasting his stomach with raw mana. Winster stumbles back, coughing up liquid in intense agony. Before he even realizes it, Astaz has already totally floored the other 4 apprentices. Everyone is literally groaning on the floor in intense pain. Winster is the only one standing. Astaz looks at him like an absolute villain, saying he's ready to give him the best learning experience of his life. He drops this epic line while casually spinning mana bullets. Lesson number 1. Never, ever underestimate the little guy in a real street fight. Winster is already shaking, completely terrified seeing Astaz casually juggling deadly mana bullets. Winster totally knows how insanely hard mana bullets are to cast, but Astaz keeps preaching, dropping lesson 2, stop judging a book by its cover so ridiculously fast. Astaz says all this while brutally blasting Winster and his buddies with heavy mana bullets. They all scream as the intense pain completely wrecks them. Then comes lesson number 3. Asta casually tells Winster that the real world is both massive and super bitter. Asta steps up to Winster and totally finishes him with a punch. Smirking like a boss, Asta tells the wrecked apprentices he'll personally teach them every single lesson he just talked about. Screaming in agony, Winster calls Asta a total lunatic. He cries that this isn't magic, but Asta claps back saying it absolutely is. Asta keeps the brutal class going, literally kicking Winster's head while claiming he's using physical magic. You seeing this, right? The whole room is completely speechless as Asta casually wrecks these dudes. He's literally tossing them around like rag dolls. Alfredo is totally dumbfounded by Asta's insane magic bullets, wondering exactly how many times that raw mana was actually compressed. Judging by that totally devastating power, Alfredo guesses the mana was compressed at least 4 or 5 times. That's the exact moment he realizes something terrifying. If those crazy mana bullets had hit him, he would have taken some extremely serious damage. He notices Asta's perfect mana control, plus he's just insanely good at beating people up. In the background, Damien is literally healing the bullies just so Asta can keep fighting. Suddenly, Lancey bursts into the room with Gamo. She yells for Alfredo, and the stressed instructor finally sighs in massive relief because they are all definitely safe now. Gamo demands to know what's up, and Alfredo nervously claims it was just a test. Gamo absolutely cannot believe Alfredo has the nerve to call this a test. Asta is literally destroying the apprentices, while Damien happily plays support. Gamo furiously orders Alfredo to gather the broken kids and pull them out. She tells Damien and Asta to go to their rooms immediately. Then she walks up to the instructor and absolutely shocks him by saying he's fired. Later that night, Gamo totally scolds Alfredo for going way too far. Even if his intentions were decent, Alfredo totally owns up to his massive mistake and accepts his punishment. Gamo asks if Damien secretly helped Asta win, but Alfredo says nope. He admits Asta is just ridiculously talented at beating the absolute crap out of people. So what do you and I take from this? Alfredo explains Asta compressed those magic bullets multiple times to create some absolutely devastating, god-tier power. Let's dive right back in. Gamo finally realizes Asta's mana control is insanely good. She missed the actual fight, but seeing him effortlessly wipe 5 trainees proves his crazy skill. Controlling magic bullets is brutal even for advanced mages. She turns to Alfredo, asking about the whole successor deal. But the butler admits Asta rejected it instantly. Gamo knows she totally underestimated this kid. She orders Alfredo to bring him in. Soon, Asta stands before Gamo. But Damien is also chilling there, snacking on cookies like a totally spoiled brat. Before saying a word, Gamo slides a fancy box onto the table. Asta is stunned, remembering Alfredo actually promised him a reward earlier. He is completely caught off guard that the madam prepared the gift herself. She tells him to open it. Boom, it's an ultra-high-tier item. Even in the Blandor family, only top division mages ever get this. Now watch closely. You and I both know a random gift in this world is always a trap. Reading his mind, she promises he can take it stress-free. Gamo says it's payback for helping her son in the gray zone, and an apology for the mess from earlier today. Asta is not falling for any tricks. He straight up asks if eating this binds him to the Blandor family forever. She says nope. He even asks if the thing is poisoned, but she just gives him the exact same chill answer. Shocked by the 0 strings attached, Asta finally accepts and thanks the madam for the insane loot. But wait, Gamo suddenly drops a proposal. Asta immediately knew there was a catch coming. She reveals her big plan, making sure Asta enrolls in the Magic Academy alongside Damien. Asta is super confused. Gamo explains Damien dodged enrollment last year, so they delayed it. She honestly never expected her own son to run away like that. She sees that Damien actually likes Asta, hence the request. Asta realizes she is doing everything to keep Damien there. If she forces the brat, he'll just pull another disappearing act. Plus, Asta sees this as a totally golden opportunity. The academy is packed with elite connections, so it's really not a bad deal. Sure, it's smart, but it totally feels like wearing a leash, so he plays it cool and says he'll think about it. Madame Gamo respects his vibe and lets him know she will be waiting for his answer. Then she asks why he turned down Alfredo's successor offer. Sensing the butler eavesdropping, Asta decides to absolutely crush his ego. He bluntly tells her his knees are way too valuable, basically saying he refuses to bow down to anyone else. That line completely shatters the butler hiding right behind the door. Emotional damage. Back in his room, Asta downs the item and is instantly blown away by the physical upgrade. His mana skyrockets with just 10% absorption. His entire body is literally evolving into a flame-born physique. What's even crazier, absorbing this massive power leaves absolutely zero impurities in his system. Now, about that academy. I know what you're thinking, will he go? Yep, because the academy is basically a goldmine for finding a filthy rich sponsor. There are tons of massive perks to joining up. But he still feels like he's walking straight into a trap, so he jogs outside. Stepping out, some random guy suddenly calls his name. Asta turns around, sizing up this dude rocking platinum blonde hair. Since Damien is the main heir, Asta quickly guesses this dude is some annoying relative. Asta lies straight to his face, claiming he has the wrong guy. The blonde is confused since Asta totally matches the description he got. Asta doubles down, claiming his hair color changes in the lighting, so obviously it's all just a huge mix-up. Falling for it, the guy apologizes for the random bother and actually turns around to leave. But right then, Alfredo rushes over, loudly shouting Asta's name with the worst timing imaginable. He wants to nag about the butler job again, but by blurting his name, he totally exposes Asta to the weird blonde guy. The dude immediately spins back around, smirking that he knew it, mocking Asta's so-called unpleasant face. Busted, Asta finally admits his identity. This makes the guy furious, but spotting Alfredo, the blonde decides to back off for now. Still, he threatens Asta to meet him at the Mage Hall later, so he can beat some manners into him. After he leaves, Alfredo asks if everything is okay. Asta plays it cool, but deep down. So what do you and I take from this? Never challenge someone who desperately needs a punching bag. Alright, come along with me as we jump right back into the madness. Asta plans to hit the Mage's lounge later and wreck someone. First, he asks Alfredo about seeing Gamo. He gets taken straight to her office. Gamo is completely shocked that Asta actually asked for a meeting this early. She asks him if he has finally made a decision about their previous chat, and our guy confidently says yes. Surprisingly, he drops the bomb that he is enrolling in the academy just like they offered. Hearing this, Gamo is totally stunned, but super relieved at the exact same time. Gamo tells Asta they will get everything prepped real soon. With that sorted out, Asta leaves the room and Alfredo steps right in. He quickly asks Gamo what happened, and she promises him that Asta fully accepted the offer. Alfredo is absolutely hyped hearing this and heavily celebrates the win. They plan to cover Asta for the first semester, but next term, paying tuition will be a massive struggle. He thinks Asta will get super anxious because he desperately wants to learn. Alfredo plans to step in and secretly help him out, but Gamo actually has to scold the guy for being way too loud. Alfredo apologizes and heads to the kitchen since breakfast time is basically here. After he finally leaves, Gamo totally gets why he is so stoked about all this. She knows he finally got the perfect chance to make Asta his official successor. But honestly, Gamo thinks this plan is super reckless. Still, Alfredo is totally confident because the old head butler pulled this exact same trick on him back then. Now watch what happens next. Asta hits the mage's lounge, exactly where that totally rude guy told him to go earlier. Asta opens the door and sees a hooded mage hiding his face, aggressively demanding to know exactly why he even showed up here. Since Asta has zero clue what that brat from earlier is named, he literally starts stuttering. Suddenly, the mage lights up, saying he has basically been waiting for his arrival all day. He tells Asta to follow him and quickly leads him into another room. He tells him to enter but to watch his head. Asta steps right in and instantly gets smacked by flying magical notes. He totally gets the head warning now. Soon, he directly meets a guy proudly introducing himself as Benji V. Blandor. He asks Asta if he came to see his little brother, but Asta is genuinely super confused by this totally random question. He wonders if that annoying brat from earlier is actually his brother. Apparently, Asta knows a weird secret about mages from his past life. They all share one extremely tragic physical trait. First, their hair gets super messy, and eventually it just rips out and stops growing entirely. Basically, Asta divides this baldness tragedy into 3 distinct stages. Stage 1 is total denial. The mages pretend they are not going bald and just hide under their giant robes every single day. Stage 2 is just giving up entirely and flexing that shiny bald head. Stage 3 is accepting reality and buzzing it all off. But Stage 4, researching insane magic to achieve the truly impossible dream. They try using magic to grow hair back, but literally nobody has ever pulled it off. However, none of this seems to be happening to Benji, who is just standing there comfortably with a full head of hair. First off, Benji apologizes for his little brother acting like a total punk. Asta then naturally asks if he actually works at an academy. Benji casually reveals he is actually the vice dean right now, then hands Asta a drink. Asta is honestly blown away that someone like Benji is already a vice dean at this academy. He is pretty sure Benji must be insanely skilled because you cannot land a high position like that just from pure family connections. Benji laughs it off, saying things are totally different now. He then reveals he actually knows Asta got pushed to enroll in Shinyan Academy, which is a seriously massive deal. Benji congratulates Asta, telling him this is an absolutely amazing chance for him to truly level up. Benji casually mentions he is also a graduate from that exact same academy, proudly representing class 145. Asta literally could not care less because he never asked for all this random info the guy is dropping. Benji immediately catches the vibe and quickly apologizes, claiming he was just super hyped and rambling a bunch of total nonsense. I know what you are thinking. Benji wants to get to the main point, but says there is one big thing he desperately needs to confirm first. Benji looks dead serious and asks if he would ever risk his life for a friend. Asta is completely confused by this random question. Benji reveals this whole thing involves the Blandor family's core reputation. He reaches into his storage space and pulls out a crazy old book. Asta's face instantly lights up in pure, unadulterated shock. Benji seriously says he will hand it over if he is willing to risk everything. This book is the ultimate Blandor family secret, the healing light. Meanwhile, Gamo is happily tending her garden, thinking about Damien moving to the academy. She is super glad everything was handled perfectly with absolutely zero drama. She also thinks Asta is an absolutely awesome friend for Damien, knowing his core nature is genuinely good. even if Alfredo claims the kid can definitely be a little rude sometimes. Gamo ignores it. Kids are just sassy. Trust me, you and I are in for a wild ride. All right, stick with me here. Gamo is thrilled that Asta kept his cool toward Damien even after learning his dark past. She knows real ones like Asta are super rare, so she wants him to stick around forever. But honestly, she knows the bitter truth. She gets that Asta is basically a free bird who refuses to be locked in a cage. Still, she is brainstorming every possible way to keep him locked in for her son, Damien. She is going to do whatever it takes to keep him close. Meanwhile, in the Mage Hall, Asta is wondering why Wenny is just handing over the family's secret technique. He is totally scanning the room, trying to figure out if it is a trap. On the flip side, Wenny is trying hard to read Asta's emotions, but he gets absolutely nothing. Total poker face. He compares him to a guy hiding behind a mask. Completely impossible to figure out. Wenji tells Asta to seriously think before he speaks, warning him not to get blinded by the shiny reward right in front of him. Asta just looks at Wenji and says he will give his answer. Asta basically tells him, look, if your request is something I can actually pull off, consider it done. If not, then I am out. Wenji fires back, saying that just listening to this proposal could literally put his life on the line. Plus, if he hears the secret and then says no, Wenji might actually have to kill him. Now watch closely, guys. Zero fear on his face. Asta just tells Wenny to go ahead and try, since everyone only lives once anyway. Even though, you know, this is technically Asta's second go at life. Hearing this, Wenny unleashes a terrifying aura to totally intimidate Asta, but our boy does not even flinch. Seeing that Asta is not scared easily, Wenny just smirks and tells him he passed the test with flying colors. He says he needs someone super reliable, but it cannot be family. Wenji totally yaps for a bit before dropping his actual true intentions. He lets Asta know that his whole situation is definitely not some petty family power struggle. He says his family is tight, but they are currently under heavy surveillance by the Declan family. Asta is super shocked and asks Wenny why the Declan family is creeping on them, especially since Asta just said he does not care about dying. That is when Widge finally drops the real issue. He is secretly researching the Declan family's origin magic, and he might have just hit a massive breakthrough. Apparently, he actually managed to get his hands on the Declan family's exclusive heavenly origin magic, which is strictly theirs alone. Asta hears this and instantly starts stressing out. He realizes he is basically talking to a dead man walking. He then asks Wenji, researching to destroy it. That is when Wenji reveals he found a crazy way to upgrade the Declan family's secret art and literally make it perfect. Asta hears this and concludes he is looking at an absolute madman with zero regard for his own life. Wenji admits he just could not resist the urge to research it. You and I both know where this is going, right? Asta sees Wenny as a total lunatic, but suddenly realizes this timing perfectly lines up with his past life. Back when Declan wiped out the Blandor family, Wenji was busy grinding away on his wild research for the new 10,000 circle. That is exactly why Declan attacked the Blandor family to wipe them out, after seeing the insane potential of the 10,000 circle. He starts noticing Declan might have snagged that power, which totally explains their insane, unbelievable strength. Wenny then asks Asta if he can help out, since he wants to take his crazy research to the absolute next level. Asta then turns around and asks Wenny why he picked him for this sketchy mission. WJ reveals he could not report the research to his family because he totally feels like there is a spy hiding somewhere, but he cannot track them down. Asta suggests it might just be a secretary, but Wenny disagrees, saying the leak is probably somewhere in the whole acquisition route. Wenny reveals that the moment he realized he was busted, he immediately took some serious countermeasures. Asta then asks why he would not just join Declan, since that seems like the smartest move and they would definitely welcome him. Wenji lets Asta know he has his own super personal reasons for not joining them. Since Asta is not tied to the Blondor family, Wuji sees him as the perfect guy to help. Wee then reveals it is actually a joint research project. But right now, it is completely stuck. Wenji promises Asta that he will get a massive reward. WJI just needs him to deliver the thesis to Professor Paru at Sinian Academy. As a sweet reward, he is gonna hand over the healing light spell. Asta smells an opportunity and jumps on it. He tells Wanny he actually has a way better deal. Asta says he wants the healing light spell as compensation, plus the epic 1000 circle. Once Wenji finally completes it, Asta is going all in. When Wenji hears this wild demand, he admits Asta is a total shameless scoundrel. Since the mission is super critical, Wenji literally has no choice but to agree. He promises Asta he will hand over the spell the second it is done. However, Wenny makes sure Asta knows that he also has one major condition. He wants him to swear an oath before finishing everything, and Asta ensures him it is absolutely no problem, while scooping up Weenia's thesis paper. Asta trolls him saying he cannot read, then quickly admits he is just joking. So what do you and I think? Tell me you aren't hooked. Let's dive into this. Asta asks Wenji if Professor Peru is legit. Wenji spills the tea, saying he and Peru go way back, academy classmates and absolute hardcore rivals since day one. They tried outdoing each other in literally everything, but that rivalry ended when Wenji returned home. Asta cannot believe he is about to deal with another absolute madman like Wenji at school. Back in his room, Asta finds a massive stack of books from Wenji, plus a personal letter. The note lays out the exact reading order so Asta can level up his brain and cultivate his knowledge the right way. Zero time wasted. Asta sorts the pile, totally admitting Wenji is a genius. Then he starts drafting his own book sponsor list. Wenji hits the #1 spot on that list. Asta plans to drop the Healing Light book in the tower once it is built, so everybody gets a chance to read it. But he knows he has to talk about this with Damien later. He is totally gonna play the bestie card to make Damien do it. Asta is already super proud of this master plan, aiming to help everyone learn magic. Meeting Wenji was honestly a massive turning point. Meanwhile, Wenji is pretty hyped about meeting Asta too. The kid seems super useful and caught his interest, especially since Asta did not even flinch at the concept of dying. It was just a threat, but seeing zero fear in Asta made him insanely fascinating to Wenji. Wenji saw it in his eyes. The dude genuinely does not fear the Reaper. He is thrilled to finally find a useful pawn instead of the usual trash he works with. Now pay attention here. Wenji knows Asta is hiding secrets, but he actually loves that. Basically, he sees Asta as a bro sharing the exact same crazy dream. Shortly after, Asta gets ready for school, packs his gear, and throws on the fresh academy uniform. Lancey swings by his room to pick him up. She tells him he just needs to knock out some basic paperwork once he gets to campus. Then Lancey drops a bomb. He and Damien are totally skipping the entrance exam. She also hypes up his fit, saying he looks awesome. Being a total gentleman, Asta thanks her for the compliment. He thinks about that sweet exam pass, realizing it is definitely an exclusive perk for the super rich and famous families. They call it special admission, and Asta is totally hyped to get it. He reaches the fancy carriage, spotting Damien and his mom waiting for him. The lady tells the boys to stay safe at the academy, and Asta respectfully nods along. Gamo also lets Asta know she is literally praying he gets the exact epic results he wants. Asta smiles, totally thanking the kind woman. Inside, Asta is absolutely dead set on crushing it. This academy is packed with wild opportunities, and he is ready to snatch every single one. He is also pretty hyped to see his dear friends. On the carriage ride, Asta flips through the light magic spellbook Wenji handed him. He is super impressed, because the book's translations are incredibly simple. Every noble twists techniques their own way, but Asta thinks Wenji's version straight up follows the heavenly principle of Declan. They finally pull up, and Asta glues himself to the window to check out the famous Senian Academy. Lancey lets them know this is the absolute end of the carriage ride. Per the founder's strict rules, everyone has to walk onto campus for admissions, no matter how rich or fancy you are. Lancey tells them this is officially where they part ways, wishing the boys the absolute best of luck and a totally awesome time at the academy. The second they hop out, Damien grabs Asta, panicking that they need to sprint to the entrance ceremony or they will lose their seats, just like Lancey warned. Let's pause for a second. Asta is shook, because an elite ceremony is definitely not some cheap first-come, first-served local theater. Then it clicks in his brain. Lancey was the one who actually said that. He easily figures out Lancey just used that as total bait to make sure Damien would not drag his feet. So Asta just decides to play along, at least for this one single time. They hit the massive ceremony hall, and Damien is blown away by the insane crowd. Even though half the room is totally empty, Damien still fully believes Lancey's wild lie about not getting a seat. Asta cannot believe Damien is still acting this clueless, totally blind to the prank. Asta then whips out their actual seat reservations to see where they belong. Damien points to a random spot and suggests they sit there, leaving Asta utterly confused. He just cannot wrap his head around why Damien is suddenly so hyped about school when he used to run away. Suddenly, bam, Damien crashes straight into another student, a massive, towering giant named Exter. The guy glares down at Damien like he is a literal bug. Asta quickly helps his buddy up, asking if he is all right. Damien tells Asta he is totally fine, blaming the whole crash on the fact that he just was not watching his step. They try leaving, but Exter stops them. Damien got spit on the giant's clothes, so what do you and I make of this cliffhanger? All right, stick with me here. Asta is still processing everything when Damien rushes over to help the dude wipe off spit, but totally just adds more spit to it. This makes Exter absolutely furious. He throws a straight punch right at Damien, but Asta easily blocks the hit before it connects. Asta tells the guy to stop throwing a massive tantrum before he makes a huge mistake. Exter angrily asks Asta who he is, and Damien proudly replies that Asta is his buddy. Asta actually agrees with this, finally realizing exactly why he stepped up to help Damien out. However, Exter tells Asta he is going to regret his choice real soon. Asta already knows where this is going, but he literally does not care. He realizes this guy wants to settle the beef with his fists instead of words. This immediately grabs the attention of every student in the hallway. Exter is a direct descendant of the Dalempi family. The watching students are already taking bets on who wins. Most of them believe the noble will completely dominate the fight. On the flip side, another student wants to stop the trio from brawling before things get way out of hand. He thinks they cannot fight properly in such a crowded room. But another student instantly throws up a solid barrier around the trio so they can brawl freely. Most of the hyped students start cheering for Exter, telling him they totally support his victory. Meanwhile, there is this super creepy student hanging back who avoids the fight, but he is grinning like he already knows exactly what happens next. Now watch closely. Once inside the barrier, Exter introduces himself and demands Asta do the same. Asta simply replies that he was not born into nobility like Exter. He wants Exter to view him as just a random dude passing by. Exter then tells Asta he will let him take the very first shot since he is just a mage. Asta laughs out loud at this and completely mocks Exter. That is all it takes for Exter to charge at him like an absolute maniac. Asta reminds him it is a 2-on-1 fight. Asta cleanly dodges the kid's strike and delivers a heavy punch to the face, knocking him backward. Exter cannot believe an academy student just hit him with that much raw force. He seriously wonders if Asta is actually a real mage. Suddenly, Exter notices that Damien has cast a healing spell directly onto him. He wonders why Damien is doing this. Having zero clue, he is about to suffer the most brutal beatdown of his entire life. He is lost in thought when Asta reaches him and lands another massive blow to his stomach. Before Exter can even blink, multiple strikes rain down. He finally understands their insane strategy. One guy beats him up while the other heals him. He is forced to admit he picked a fight with absolute psychos. Exter suddenly realizes that he might actually be terrified right now. However, the watching students start loudly cheering him on. They tell him not to hold back, calling him the absolute hope of the warriors. With the hype building, Exter finally pulls himself together. He unleashes his fury, calling Asta a basic mage. He swings his arm angrily, but Asta completely dodges the hit. Asta congratulates him for trying, but Exter angrily yells at Asta to stop underestimating him. Going all out, Exter throws his right arm, catching Asta. Asta is launched backward, while the crazy students scream with joy, because Exter is back in action. However, Exter does not look proud of himself at all. He knows he hit Asta, but the impact felt totally light. Asta acrobatically spins his body in midair to land perfectly. Exter is stunned seeing this, but he pushes his shock aside and lunges at Asta again. Asta turns around to see Damien is still casting endless healing magic on him. You and I know this means trouble. He realizes finishing him will be tough, requiring a brutal one-shot knockout move. To achieve this, Asta uses a wild technique he and his old comrades created in his past life. From the fierce collision of magic particles, Asta extracts raw energy. The technique uses magic but is not classed as magic or martial arts. It is a technical application of magical properties. Once Asta finishes charging his move, he lets Exter get super close before hitting him with it. This leaves a massive shockwave that nearly blinds the spectators and totally shatters the barrier into pieces. Everyone is left questioning what they just witnessed from Asta, when suddenly, Exter completely collapses and passes out cold. This leaves the whole crowd in shock. They cannot believe the mighty Exter raises his hand like a true warrior to gather aura, and the other students start wildly cheering for him. They wonder if Asta is truly just a mage based on how he handled the brawl. Damien is hyped about winning, and Asta gives him a pat on the head. The dude from earlier, watching from far away, smiles while looking at Asta. Right then, one of the academy teachers arrives on the scene to calm things down. He cannot believe the new students are already fighting on their literal first day of school. He demands to know who started it, but nobody snitches. Asta plans his escape, but Damien ruins it with psycho behavior. Trust me, you guys will want to see what happens next. Let's dive in. This guy actually yells, snitching that he and Asta caused massive trouble. Asta just shuts his eyes in pure frustration as the teacher walks over. Meanwhile, that giant dude is totally knocked out cold, so our boys get dragged straight to the office to be yelled at for brawling. Surprisingly, though, the teacher actually lets it slide, since Damien confessed right away. Plus, Extero barely had a scratch after getting checked out. The duo heads back to the hall, super lucky the ceremony hasn't started yet. Walking down the corridor, absolutely everybody is staring after their crazy stunt. They just cannot believe skinny-looking Asta actually beat a real martial artist. While Asta keeps his cool aura, Damien is waving at the crowd like a massive celebrity. Asta cannot believe he pulled all this unwanted attention on himself. He is just begging internally for Damien to stop waving his hands like a total fool. After wandering the aisles, they finally find their seats. Soon enough, the principal, this tiny old guy with white hair, hops on stage to give a speech. Minutes pass and this old man is still yapping with crazy stamina. Asta is impressed, but Damien, he is knocked out and drooling everywhere. Asta literally has to pull him up before he floods the whole place with spit. The principal is barely into his speech when someone runs up. They whisper that something super important just came up needing his attention. He totally wants to ignore it, but after hearing the news, he is forced to cut the speech short and hand over the mic. Now watch this closely. A girl with glowing hair steps up, and her booming voice sends chills straight down everyone's spines. Even heavy sleeper Damien gets completely jolted awake by this lady's thunderous voice. She introduces herself as Jera and announces she is taking over the show exactly where the principal left off. Jera kicks things off with the freshman oath. The very first person she calls to the front is the Magic Division rep, Dahlia of the Denai family. The crowd is totally shocked to hear that name. Nobody expected the elite Denai family to even bother showing up for entrance exams. Some whisper that her skills must be lacking, forcing her to take the test, while others quickly jump to defend her. They claim there is no way she is weak, or her strict family would never have let her participate at all. Meanwhile, Asta knows exactly who Dahlia is. The Denai family is literally the second most famous house right behind the Declan family. Dahlia was raised to be the future ace mage for the forever second-place Denai. Asta openly admits she is super capable since she actually helped him out once, but they seriously butt heads, making everyone call them total frenemies. Asta cracks a smile hearing the gossip, genuinely happy Dahlia ended up joining the exact same year. Right as Dahlia hits the stage, Jera calls up the martial arts division representative next. His name is Paul, with no fancy last name. Asta figures the guy is definitely not from a noble house. Plus, Asta gets zero prestigious family vibes from him anyway. After the two of them finish taking their oaths, they start walking back to their spots. Jera then reveals she is going to introduce the teachers handling their classes. She gestures for the instructors to step up to the front one by one. You and I definitely saw this coming. As Dahlia walks down, she stares right at Asta, completely catching him off guard with direct eye contact. Suddenly, Dahlia trips and totally eats it on the stairs, blushing bright red. Right then, Professor Peru of Basic Magology Principles steps onto the stage. Asta notes he looks different from Y, but decides to hold off on judging. After the whole ceremony, Jera tells the students to follow their assistants to assigned dorms. Damien finally wakes up, and Asta decides to troll him, saying he got expelled for snoozing. Damien hears this and just screams out loud without caring. Asta instantly regrets his prank while heading to the dorm, not expecting Damien to yell like a maniac. Arriving at his room, Asta is actually mind-blown by how nice it is. There are free supplies in the corner to make student life easier. While unpacking his stuff, his roommate Paul walks in. Asta is honestly shocked to see Paul looking so icy, like he literally couldn't care less. Paul finally opens his mouth, flat out telling Asta they should just live quietly because he has zero interest in making friends. He promises Asta he does not care about his business, as long as it does not drag him down. Honestly, he wants to stop talking entirely after this intro. But Asta, never backing down from anyone, locks eyes and starts an intense staring contest. Asta stays dead silent. Paul gets mad, demanding an answer. "Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next." "You and I are about to see." Eustace size up his roommate Paul. Word on the street is Paul's top of the class, so Eustace fakes a sudden charge just to test the guy's reflexes. Paul instantly grabs his sword, and Eustace notices his stance is rock solid. The way he holds that blade proves he is not messing around. Right on cue, Eustace hears Damien yelling for him from the hallway. Eustace casually smiles, telling Paul to go ahead and do his own thing since they both clearly have their own business to handle today. He totally trolls Paul, joking that he might start belting out songs past midnight. Leaving his roommate sweating and confused, Eustace dips out. Eustace meets up with a hyped Damien, who immediately asks about the new roommate. Eustace straight up says he has zero clue, shocking Damien completely. Damien drops it and suggests they go explore the massive academy campus right now. He wants to literally see everything on their very first day. This school is ridiculously huge, so freshmen are basically told to memorize the layout early on. That way, nobody gets lost wandering the endless halls. It sounds like a total headache, but Eustace plays along with a hidden agenda. He secretly wants to figure out exactly how many troubleshooters are hiding around. So off they go. They stumble on a giant lake, and Damien reacts with his usual wild shock. Looking at him, Eustace realizes poor Lindsay was stuck babysitting Damien, because he literally acts like a giant toddler. Now watch how Eustace messes with him. Tired of the whining, he tells Damien to just make his rich family build a lake. Since his estate doesn't have one, Eustace explains you literally just dig a giant hole and dump water in. Damien totally buys it. He gets super hyped and says he is going to make his family build an even bigger lake than the one right here. Picking an edgy name for it, he actually suggests blood, sweat, and tears. Next, they spot this awesome statue, and Eustace hypes Damien up again, telling him to get his family to build one of those too. Eustace keeps feeding his ego, suggesting a massive dragon shape because the scales would look absolutely epic. Back home, Lindsay randomly gets the chills, wondering what on earth could be wrong. After walking for what feels like hours, Eustace finally suggests heading back to the dorms, and Damien agrees. During the entire tour, Eustace actually counted 7 hidden troubleshooters. He figures there are probably unspotted ones too, rounding the total up to 10 agents. Putting the pieces together, he notices Peru's lab sits right in the second magic hall. Eustace connects the dots lightning fast. These underground troubleshooters are absolutely hunting for Peru. Since Declan already figured out that Wenji has secret allies, they obviously started suspecting Peru since he is in the area. Eustace wondered why they were not tailing him yet, realizing they made their move at the perfect time. You know exactly what Eustace is thinking, right? He sneaks into the perfect blind spot to eavesdrop on 2 agents chatting. Agent 1 tells Agent 2 that headquarters just dropped an urgent directive. They need to group up at the target's nest immediately. The second guy asks if they are hitting the main or backup target, and the first agent confirms they are going after the secondary mark. They plan to completely secure this secondary target before midnight hits. Agent 2 quickly realizes that with Wenji's recent moves, Peru is definitely their guy. But he is sweating the academy professors, knowing full well they aren't strong enough to handle them. The first agent explains Declan himself won't show up, but before his partner starts freaking out, he drops a massive bombshell. The fire demon Callahan is joining them. This completely shocks 2. Callahan is the literal sub-leader of Declan's elite mage corps, the Red Jewel. That means their whole operation is fully backed, proving Declan is willing to do whatever it takes to win here. But it also means these grunts are completely expendable. They are basically expected to sacrifice themselves just to guarantee the mission succeeds. Even though they are both terrified, they don't have a choice but to follow orders. The two assassins finally dip out to regroup with the squad, making sure they have enough numbers just in case. Without them knowing, Asta heard every single word. He is honestly mind-blown that someone as heavy-hitting as Callahan is joining this operation. Asta remembers Callahan isn't some random dude you can just brush off. Back when Asta was an agent, Callahan was already dominating in his absolute prime. After gambling his life in the massive war against the Blandor, Callahan stayed loyal to the ruined clan house, proving total devotion. He is insanely dangerous right now. He hit his absolute peak right after that brutal Blandor war. The guy cemented his legacy as a deadly war mage packing lethal fire magic. We know what comes next. With an unstoppable threat like Callahan arriving, Asta realizes he absolutely must capture him. All right, stick with me. You and I are about to see some crazy magic. Asta knows Callahan's fire arts are super risky, but the massive payoff is worth it. Our boy Asta is super pumped that everything is finally going his way. But there is one huge catch. That super important thesis everyone is desperately hunting for. Asta actually has it, not Perun. Since those shady fixers keep chasing Perun down, Asta starts totally second-guessing if his own thesis is actually a massive fake. Which totally means the thesis getting dropped later today is nothing but a straight-up, absolute forgery. Later in the dorms, Paul gets dressed, casually revealing he is secretly one of those underground fixers. He totally thinks Asta is fast asleep, but the joke is on him. That shape in the bed is just a literal decoy dummy. Meanwhile, Perun chills in his study, instantly sensing these fixers invading his personal turf. He seriously wonders why they are acting so bold inside the academy. Right then, he clocks that the fixer sneaking up on him is a literal mercenary. And wild plot twist, it is actually Paul. Perun easily recognizes his unique aura. He drops some cold advice, telling Paul to polish up his ether control for next time. That is, if he even survives to see a next time. Paul slides over an envelope, and Perun instantly figures out Wenji sent it. He starts thinking about what kind of shady mind games Wenji is playing, trying to decode all the wild traps he is setting up. Now here is where you and I need to pay attention. The door explodes and Callahan strolls in, absolutely terrifying Paul. Perun just stays perfectly calm. Callahan sees Paul shaking in his boots, which means this kid totally knows how insanely overpowered he is. Callahan turns to Perun, asking if he knows his legendary name. Perun just hits him with a cold nope, stands right up from his desk, and bluntly tells Callahan to cut the small talk and get straight to the point. This completely triggers Callahan, but before raging out, he actually admits nobody has ever disrespected him this badly before. Callahan lays down his brutal terms. First rule, Paul dies today. Then he glares at Perun, casually promising to leave him breathing but missing one arm and a single eye. Callahan chucks a massive fireball at Perun, but our guy flawlessly blocks it using raw ice power. The impact triggers a massive shockwave that rattles the whole building. Perun looks back at Paul, telling him to survive on his own since he is a hired gun now, not just some random student. Paul is totally fine with those rules, instantly drawing his sword to fight back. Perun realizes Declan's fixers must have dropped a blackout spell. 0 alarms are going off anywhere, meaning Perun is officially trapped in this room alongside Paul. Callahan spots that mysterious envelope on the desk. That is exactly his target, originally sent straight to Perun by the super shady trash Blandor family. Since Perun refuses to surrender it, Callahan decides to go absolutely all out. He casts an insane flame spell that shakes the ground. But Perun stays ice cold, keeping his freezing powers fully active to directly counter whatever crazy attacks Callahan throws his way. Right then, the other fixers start making their move. Perun finally stops playing around, launching a devastating strike that nearly brings the entire building down. You and I both see Asta watching from afar, realizing things just got super real. He is beyond hyped for some actual action. He slaps on his mask, declaring he is not Asta anymore. He is Fixer 1. Asta clenches his fist, literally praying to the moon for the strength to be a top-tier fixer today, even if his methods are totally unfair. Prayer done, he dives straight into the war zone as the damaged building starts collapsing. Inside, Callahan is honestly just having the time of his life. He is actually shocked Paul survived all that crazy damage, even throwing him some sarcastic props. Deep down, Paul totally knows he would be toast without that clutch protection talisman Wenji secretly handed him. He did not even realize it was magical armor, feeling unbelievably lucky to be wearing it. Perun coldly tells Paul to step back, blasting out a massive wave of ice to directly clash against Callahan and his wild fire magic. Then Perun actually pats Paul on the shoulder, giving him props for surviving and showing some real trust. Perun flexes his power, totally infusing Paul's sword with pure ether energy. Totally shocked, Paul hears Perun ask if he can keep tanking hits. Paul instantly agrees to hold the line. Paul realizes there is zero chance of retreating now. If he stops blocking, it is literal game over. Callahan is actually impressed by their sudden team-up. A mage and a guard. That is the exact combo he wanted to crush. Callahan then launches another brutal fireball. This time, Paul's sword totally fails him, and he gets absolutely blasted backward. He hits the wall hard. Perun sees his guard knocked out completely, realizing he has zero choice left but to get completely serious. When ambient mana is super limited, and two powerhouse fighters commanded at once, an epic tug-of-war for total control kicks off. Perun wants to test how much punishment Callahan can actually tank. Since he challenged him, Callahan happily accepts. You and I just witnessed peak action. Both unleash absolute hell, completely wrecking the building. The ground crumbles and Paul totally loses his balance, tumbling down. And as he falls, all he sees are two absolute monsters clashing, going all out with zero hesitation. Stick with me here. Paul hits the dirt, probably wondering why he even joined a fight way above his pay grade. Meanwhile, the fixers just watch, completely mind-blown by the sheer destruction these two are causing. They instantly realize interfering means getting squashed. But right when they think they are safe, a stab pops up from behind, taking them out and sparking massive panic. After completely wiping out every single fixer in his way, Asta heads straight over to the main fight scene. His sudden arrival grabs both of their attention. They are left wondering whose side he is actually on, but moving at blinding speed, Asta grabs Callahan by the neck, telling him he has reached his absolute dead end. Totally freaked out, Callahan frantically blasts a wave of fire, but that just triggers a nasty mana backlash right in his face. Callahan coughs up blood but surprise. Asta is completely unharmed and already rushing him. At the same time, the remaining fixers close in. Callahan knows he has to suppress that mana backlash if he wants even a tiny chance. He chugs down a potion, desperately wondering where an absolute beast like Asta even came from. The fixers try taking Asta down, but he easily blocks and wrecks them with a quick counter. Callahan watches this, completely stunned. Before he knows it, he realizes he is actually impressed. Asta is just moving with such insane precision and extreme efficiency. But impressed or not, Callahan is furious now, swearing he is going to kill Asta. Fueled by pure rage, he spawns multiple magic circles to unleash an even crazier fire blast. The firepower is so massive that Callahan literally fries his own guys with it, leaving everyone totally shocked. Through the thick smoke from his ultimate strike, Callahan wonders if he actually caught Asta. He knows some of his allies just got seriously torched. But he does not care. He is fully locked into finishing the mission, no matter who dies. After staying on high alert for a few seconds and seeing nothing, he assumes Asta is dead. A smirk creeps onto his face, thinking he totally overdid it for nothing. He figures he will have the upper hand on Parun if he regroups with the remaining fixers. But suddenly, now watch closely, because his blood runs completely cold. Asta's voice echoes out, asking if that sad attack was really his best shot. Asta says he knows exactly how Callahan operates. That is why he figured out fast that Callahan would sacrifice his own men to win. Floating right above him, Asta aims his magic circle, telling him payback time is officially here. Asta unleashes a massive mana bullet, and with zero room to dodge, Callahan just watches it coming straight for him. Boom! The mana bullet slams right into Callahan's head, tearing through it like heavy artillery. After taking Callahan out, Asta admits the guy was impressive, since any normal mage would have died from that first surprise attack. He notes that Callahan's attacks were definitely lethal, but that final reckless move actually helped him. Asta knows he would have straight up lost if Callahan teamed up with the fixers for a long war of attrition. Sure, he is super lethal, but Asta's own mana tank is running dangerously low right now. He walks over to Callahan's body to start looting. He gets pretty lucky and actually finds his grimoire, which is exactly what he wanted. It turns out, most combat mages have zero trust in anybody, so they always carry their grimoires on them. Even though the spatial bag has an owner recognition spell lock, Asta is totally chill about it. He can crack that magic later. You probably guessed it. Parun finally shows up, and Asta tells him he missed the party. Parun reveals he was just taking out the remaining small fry. Then, he straight up asks Asta if he is one of the guys hunting him. Asta tells him to use his brain for a second, pointing out he just killed one of Declan's top guys. That alone should prove whose side he is on. Hearing this, Parun realizes Wenji sent Asta and finally drops his guard. But Parun is super confused about why Paul even tagged along. He wonders if Wenji secretly split the investigation into two different documents, meaning he would need two messengers. Asta then casually mentions that the guy with Paul might just be a total fake. He thinks Wenji set the whole thing up as bait to lure out Declan's men, like a fisherman reeling in a catch. Asta explains Wenji is probably trying to beef up security in the region, making sure Declan's influence gets completely crushed. But Asta feels something is way off. Even with a blackout spell, this fight was wild, so the Imperial Knight should have shown up by now. And that means only one thing. Those holy knights have absolutely been bribed by Declan too. Parun then asks Asta if he is the actual messenger. Asta simply pulls out the thesis and hands it over. Taking it, Parun asks if he knows what is inside. Asta just smirks. He is no fool. And trust me, you and I are going to love what happens next. Alright, you and I are jumping right back in. Parun stands up, warning Asta he's totally down to fight. But Asta tells him to think twice, because this choice means life or death. Parun actually agrees, admitting Asta makes a solid point, then asks if he wants anything in return. Asta is super confused, so Parun explains that Wenji only trusts people who operate exactly like he does. Since Asta is just like Wenji, Parun figures he has to earn that trust by offering up a trade. Asta thinks about it for a quick second before looking at Parun. His big demand, he wants a book. Parun is completely lost. So Asta drops his massive plan to build a giant tower, filling it with arcane books that literally anyone and everyone can read. Then he tells Parun he specifically wants a book written from his own personal perspective on arcane science. Parun is totally stunned by this flex, but he promises Asta he will get right to work on it. After their quick chat, Asta decides it is time to hit the road. But Parun asks how they are even supposed to keep in touch. Asta just pulls out a communication crystal, tosses Parun a piece, and says the two halves are linked. Meaning, if one of the pieces breaks, the other shatters too. He tells Parun to break a shard to call him, especially if things go south. After dropping that cool explanation, he literally vanishes into thin air. Soon after, the Imperial Knights finally arrive to completely secure the area. They evacuate the Academy students just in case a follow-up attack happens, giving Asta the perfect chance to blend right in. He bumps into Damien, who immediately asks where he went. Asta just casually says he was busy. Let's pause here. Asta figures the Declan family will definitely back off after this event. While Damien tries getting him to talk, Asta is stuck wondering why his sigil reacted mid-battle. He felt the power resonate when blocking Callahan's attack, which never happens on normal days. Still, Asta is super grateful, because that sigil is the only reason he survived Callahan's massive counterattack. Asta tries piecing it together, and it finally hits him. It was the rejection phenomenon. It is a high-level technique mages use so they do not accidentally blow themselves up with their own magic. Asta is so deep in thought he accidentally mutters out loud. Damien instantly catches this and demands to know what he meant by not understanding it. Damien demands to know the secret Asta is hiding. Asta completely ignores Damien, still obsessing over why his sigil went crazy and what triggered the whole thing. Regardless, Asta realizes he really needs to do some digging. He figures the Academy library might actually hold some solid clues. Asta is just minding his business when a random student yells his name from behind, introducing himself as Kemb. Asta does not take the guy seriously at all, until he suddenly mentions Asta is a solid fighter. I know what you are thinking. Murder time. Asta literally debates killing Kemb right here to protect his secret. But right before Asta goes killer mode, Kemb drops a detail that totally saves his own life. He says Asta's brawl with the combat division during the entrance exam left a massive impression on him. Asta suddenly realizes he actually earned the students' respect, even though he thought he looked like a total menace. He tries playing it cool, telling Kemb his opponent lacked ether at the time, and things would definitely change if they ever threw hands again. Kemb nervously scratches his head, but still tags along, saying he wants to stick with Asta. He smiles, admitting he hasn't made friends yet, and joining groups is super awkward for him. Even though Asta is not totally thrilled about playing babysitter, he just tells Kemb to do whatever he wants. Kemb is absolutely hyped to hear this, fully expecting Asta to just reject him. Kemb instantly kicks off a massive yapping session, which honestly gives Asta a nice feeling of normalcy, especially since he's only dealt with lunatics since returning to the past. Basically, he forgot what being a regular dude felt like. To lock in this chill life, Asta figures he must settle into the academy properly. On their very first day of class, Damien is already whining about being insanely sleepy. Suddenly, Kemb shows up too. Kemb cannot believe they actually have to attend classes after the absolute chaos of yesterday. Asta completely agrees with him, admitting the whole thing is pretty rough. From what Asta has gathered, he can easily tell Kemb does not come from loaded money, but the dude is definitely not shy at all. In fact, he seems like the cheerful type. Right then, Kemb mentions their M3 homeroom teacher is Professor Guerra. Asta is confused, having never heard of her, so Kemb hypes her up as a total big deal. Rumor says she soloed an entire horde of trolls. Right on cue, Gaira struts into the room, and Asta finally recognizes her from the entrance exam. That is where we leave it. Gaira steps up to introduce herself. "All right, stick with me here." The teacher straight up tells everyone that yesterday's insane academy chaos is totally irrelevant to them, so they are all free to just keep studying. Gaira announces to the class that before they do anything else today, they are jumping straight into a hardcore mana evaluation test. This exam measures both the raw amount and the absolute quality of their mana. Then, Gaira drops a trick question: which one matters more? A girl named Argan raises her hand. She claims there is no single right answer, but argues that if someone already has enough baseline power, then pure mana capacity matters way more. Gaira instantly asks why she picked that answer, so Argan gives an example. When fighting a mage of equal strength, the one with higher quality mana naturally gets the upper hand. Listening to this, Asta immediately realizes the girl is just reciting a textbook answer word for word. From his own experience, Asta knows mana quality heavily controls spell accuracy, magical stability, and raw firepower. Having infinite mana is totally useless if you can't even hit your target. Gaira looks super disappointed with the answer, and her face clearly shows it. She asks what noble family Argan comes from, and the girl nervously replies she belongs to Baron Pelham's house. Gaira scoffs in disgust, saying she figured as much. This completely crushes Argan, leaving her holding back tears. Gaira tosses the question back to the class, but nobody wants to get roasted like Argan just did. Suddenly, she randomly points at a student named Appel, totally startling him. He nervously stands up, and without actually knowing the right answer, just blurts out that mana quantity is most important. Appel adds that in massive, all-out battles, total mana capacity might be more crucial. Asta actually agrees a bit, thinking that sometimes pure quantity beats quality. Both are super vital, but it totally depends on the exact battle situation. Just like before, Gaira is super let down by the answer and completely roasts Appel exactly like she did Argan. Gaira refuses to quit until she gets a solid answer, brutally calling out random students one after the other. The whole class starts whispering about how annoying she is for stressing them on day one, while Asta tries figuring out her perfect answer. Right then, Gaira cuts them off, saying she has heard enough. Surprisingly, she admits they were actually all pretty close to the truth. There was literally never a right answer to begin with. She wasn't even looking for one. Now watch closely. This is where she flips the script. She asks if they actually believed their answers or just tried kissing up. Gaira reminds them that a real mage must never abandon their core convictions, no matter the time or place. Plus, they can never give in to pressure. They need the mental strength to hold their ground until the bitter end. She then stares them down, asking if their flimsy answers really show the unshakable mindset of a true mage. Gaira drops the ultimate lesson. They need to become authentic mages. With that epic message delivered, she tells them to take it seriously. Honestly, Asta realizes she is totally right, though he admits the crazy lady definitely has a seriously weird way of teaching. When it is finally time for the mana measurement, Argan gets called up first. Gaira shocks everyone by making her the class rep. She casually admits Argan's textbook answer was actually pretty impressive. As the rep, she will record the stats. Asta is totally shocked, finally understanding her weird but brilliantly authentic teaching style. Asta is super impressed. Meanwhile, the other students completely freak out seeing some insanely rare magical measuring equipment. Gaira knows most rookies have never seen this gear. She smirks wickedly, announcing it is finally time to expose their true mana levels. You and I know the real goal here, spotting the absolute monster hiding among them. Gaira explains the device is super simple to use, giving a quick demo. She tells Argan to just slap her hand on the crystal orb and pump her mana into it. Argan steps right up and does it, making the machine glow blindingly bright. It totally amazes her as Jera points at the main gauge. Out of all the gauges, mana quality goes from 1 to 10. Argan actually hits a solid 4, making her a seriously impressive rookie. For context, last year's average freshman score on that exact same indicator was only a 3. Hearing this, Argan immediately turns bright red and shyly thanks Jera for the huge compliment. Next up, Jera says it is time to measure pure mana capacity, ordering the girl to pour everything she has into the machine. Her mana quantity climbs up and stops at exactly 17. Surprisingly, Jera actually praises her, pointing out that last year's top freshman only hit 15. Jera keeps hyping her up, saying that high score proves she is a super hardworking kid. This instantly sets a massive standard for the rest of the class, who start praying for good scores too. Estad just watches quietly, already predicting Argan is gonna grow into a pretty decent powerhouse. Jera suddenly bails because she has some urgent business, but orders her teaching assistant to keep the evaluations rolling. Students step up one by one to check their magical potential. Now, everybody clearly sees their flaws and exactly where they need to grind. And that is our cue. The assistant finally calls Estad up, and trust me, you will want to see his actual score. Watch closely, Estad agrees, while Damien is snoozing like a baby again. Suddenly, this girl named Furion steps up to test her mana, and her crazy score leaves everybody totally speechless. She hits level 6 for quality, and her raw quantity reaches 20. Estad is actually super surprised that Furion belongs to the exact same house as Dahlia. But they rock completely different hair colors, meaning she definitely comes from a branch family. The assistant totally gets why her scores are so hype. Coming from a prestigious family is huge, but he still tells her she needs to grind harder. A few moments later, Damien finally wakes up, looking super confused about everything happening. At first, Estad tells him to just go back to sleep, but quickly changes his mind and explains the mana testing. Damien looks bored out of his mind and asks why they are even doing this experiment. Estad honestly has zero clue, but figures they might as well just do it during class. Suddenly hyped up, Damien loudly yells that he wants to test his own mana. Estad cannot believe Damien is actually rushing up there, while the whole crowd starts whispering about how incredibly young the kid looks. Estad is super popular lately after totally wrecking Exter. In their little squad, Kemb is basically the only unknown dude left. Estad is definitely not thrilled about being called a student beater, especially since Damien is the one hyping everything up right now. Damien eagerly hops onto the stage, and the professor encourages him to test the device. Now pay close attention here. The second Damien actually touches that crystal ball and the reader flashes. The entire classroom absolutely loses their minds in pure shock. Nobody can even process what is happening right in front of them, and Furion basically snaps her neck staring at the scoreboard. Damien is straight up in the monster category. His mana quality hits level 9, and his raw mana quantity is sitting at a massive 67. Out of absolutely everyone in that room, Estad is the only guy who is not surprised at all. Estad totally gets why everyone is frozen by sheer greatness. He knew Damien was a genius, but shattering the highest scores like this is just wild. Damien, as usual, does not even realize what he just did and casually asks if his score is high. Estad finally understands how this kid became such a monster. He is completely sure that Damien could have been a better person and literally changed the world by walking the right path. Now Estad is right there to guide him and make sure he chooses wisely. The Blandor family is seriously the only one that can rival Declan. Estad wants Damien to break past a literally impossible level. The professor quickly reminds Damien not to let this crazy score inflate his ego, since he still has to grind. Damien happily assures the guy that he totally gets it. Damien immediately rushes over to Asta, eagerly asking if he measured his yet. But Asta says nope. Damien pushes him to try it out, and Asta knows everyone is already waiting to compare his stats against Damien. With 0 options left, Asta steps up to the ball, deciding to lay super low and avoid unwanted attention. He touches it after carefully adjusting his mana output. I know what you are thinking. He is overpowered. Even his tiny speck of mana does something completely unbelievable on that low setting. The system initially reads 10 for Asta, but then the machine just randomly blacks out. It flashes a massive error message because the threshold got shattered. Damien celebrates like crazy, but Asta quickly tells the professor they should definitely retest since the machine glitched. Damien is literally the only person who knows Asta is just trying to hold back. The professor reboots the system, and this time Asta drops his mana so incredibly low that he scores a 3 in quality and 15 in quantity. All the students buy it instantly, exactly like Asta planned. Asta is super thrilled he pulled this off perfectly. Damien, though, absolutely hates what just went down and even drops a total swear word. Over at the first magic department, Yara is chilling in her office watching the second wizard hall getting completely rebuilt. A few moments later, Assistant Professor Jorby shows up holding all those mana measurement logs. Yara reviews everything and points out the standout scores, specifically mentioning Damien needs solid guidance. Suddenly, her eyes lock straight onto Asta's score, and she totally notices the retest caused by that weird system error message. Seeing this, she instantly realizes Asta is definitely no ordinary kid, and she needs to watch him. Later on, the trio is seen crafting magical toys, and Kemb is absolutely mind-blown by how effortlessly Damien flexes massive amounts of mana like it is nothing. Watching this insane display, Kemb quickly realizes he is just a tiny fish in this whole crazy situation. Asta catches Kemb's reaction and totally understands his feelings, but he really wants the guy to face reality and keep moving forward. After goofing around, Damien smiles, saying it was super fun and he is genuinely glad he joined the academy. Asta hears this and sighs in huge relief, thankful Damien is adapting to academy life. Sometime later, Asta finally unlocks that spatial pocket he snagged earlier. It took him a whole month to unlock it and absorb Blandor's elixir. And trust me, you guys are going to want to see what he does next. Stick with me. Plus, he's gained massive academy knowledge already. Now that he can open the spatial pocket, he dives straight in. First thing he spots is a potion. Then he pulls out a cape he thinks is completely useless for him. He also grabs a defensive artifact, definitely a super solid find. Finally, he uncovers Declan's secret grimoire, the Red Flame. It's actually a lesser spell branching off from the blue flame that Farron uses. It looks like heavy-duty magic that can bust right through force fields. Since he can't learn it instantly, he knows it'll take some time. A little bit later, all the students gather up for the midterm performance evaluation. Asta is totally shocked by the massive crowd. Kemb mentions that every single first-year student is gathered here today. Then Chenby tells Asta the crazy rumor. Their test might be the infamous Canyon Challenge. Apparently, they overheard a staff member spilling the beans about it earlier. This midterm performance evaluation is actually split up into 3 different parts. First is the test corridor. It's a grimy sewer maze where you just reach the finish line. Second is the Canyon Challenge, where students literally have to race each other to the end. The third is the simulator, throwing you against a person or a monster. Astan knows these drills perfectly, so he's totally chilling. He just needs to pass. But he is definitely worried about Chenbi, who isn't exactly skilled like him or Damien. The students are still buzzing about the test when a booming voice demands total silence. Perron introduces himself to the crowd, announcing he'll be overseeing the performance evaluation. Before long, he drops the bomb. Their test will be the test corridor. Now watch this. Kemb almost wets his pants hearing this, because his little master plan is completely fried now. Har tells the students to line up by class while he breaks down the basic rules. The test corridor is basically a dark sewer maze. They just have to push through to reach the final door. Basically, every single path leads right to the end, regardless. Chenbi smirks hearing this, thinking this test is gonna be an absolute cakewalk. But right then, Perron mentions that setup is too basic and makes the test totally pointless. Turns out, Perron brought some extra flavor. He reveals the massive golems he's been hiding. Kembe totally freaks out seeing these golems. He cannot believe they're dropping them into a simple performance test. Perron says the golems might be slow and clunky, but they are incredibly tough for their current level. However, their cores are exposed and their durability is dialed back. That gives the students a solid edge. Even so, Perron warns that the golems will easily catch them in tight spaces. Perron spots the pure terror on the students' faces and feels pretty disappointed, but he still thinks a few of them have real potential. After looking around, he sizes them up. He thinks Damien isn't top tier because he looks checked out. Perron keeps explaining the rules. The golems are there to act as heavy guardians, meaning the students must either beat them down or outrun them. Then he reveals everyone gets a test bracelet. It packs a protective power, basically acting like a personal force field. He tells them once that force field breaks, they are instantly disqualified, and the golems will just ignore them. After laying down the law, Perron notices the kids are still completely unmotivated. Time for an incentive. He tells them to impress him by any means necessary. The winner gets a personal reward they will absolutely love. You and I both know Astaz getting hyped. He desperately wants whatever reward Perron's offering. We quickly learn that Rapiter is the absolute biggest library in the Eastern continent. It's split into 3 levels: upper, middle, and lower. Because of Astaz's low status, he can only hit the bottom level, and when he went digging for clues down there, he found absolutely 0 traces of what he needed. Keeping this in mind, Astaz realizes he has to sneak into the middle or upper levels to find what he's actually searching for. But those spots are strictly VIP, royals, archinobles, and elite houses only. Thankfully, there is a loophole. You just need a recommendation from at least 3 different professors. With that massive goal in his head, Astaz realizes he absolutely has to blow Perron away. Once Perron finishes explaining the rules, he gives them a short prep time. They can grab supplies from the staff to actually help them survive this crazy test. The students rush the assistants, desperately begging for high-tier items. But most of those wild requests get instantly rejected. They can't bring anything that gives them an unfair advantage. While everyone else screams and panics over what to get, Damien calmly asks for 20 vine seeds. The assistant is totally shocked. Why is Damien asking for vine seeds instead of his main element? But Damien just shrugs, saying he lacks a main element, so plant magic works fine. Trust me, we're all as surprised as Astaz seeing this laid-back dude actually prepping. Meanwhile, back inside. Let's dive back in. Astaz is hyped to see Kim finally step up. After prep finishes, Perron announces starting spots. Everyone needs to check their names. Astaz looks at his assignment and sees he landed in starting point 3. He glances around, noticing his 2 buddies are stuck at completely different starting zones. In Astaz's own group, there are 6 other random guys. He doesn't know a single name. A few moments later, some arrogant rich kid struts up to Astaz with 2 goons. He introduces himself as Dibe, pitching a special deal since Astaz is pretty decent with a sword. Astaz tells him to spill it. Dibe wants to buy the bracelets off any students who get eliminated. He actually offers to pay Astaz 30 gold coins for every single dropped bracelet. He excludes himself, Astaz, and his 2 goons, meaning he plans to pay 90 gold coins. Astaz is totally shocked. 30 gold coins, that is basically a whole month's income for poor families. Dibe expects the poor kid to blindly agree. His main goal is totally just protecting himself. Astaz respects the hustle, even if it looks like straight cowardice to others. Using your advantages is smart, and rich kids literally just throw money at all their problems. So Astaz calmly asks Dibe how he got the 90 gold coin math. Thinking Astaz is just being greedy, Dibe bumps it up by 5 gold coins each. That makes 105 gold. Astaz smirks, saying the math still sucks. He reminds him there are 6 people total, including Dibe and his 2 bodyguards. Astaz smoothly asks why Dibe forgot to add a price tag for his own life. He tells Dibe the real grand total should be 210 gold. Watch closely here. The rich trio is absolutely stunned. Dibe gets furious at the insane confidence radiating off Astaz right now. Panicking slightly, Dibe actually bumps the price up to 40 gold coins each. Thinking 35 was too cheap, but Astaz instantly flips it, declaring the new total is 240 gold coins. Dibe loses his mind, refusing to believe this peasant is actually hustling him for maximum profit while his life is literally at stake. Seeing absolutely zero logic in Astaz, Dibe decides pulling out is the safest bet. He aggressively declares negotiations are over. But as he turns away, Astaz calls out, asking where he's going. Astaz casually lets Dibe know he is already in debt, completely infuriating the guy. He demands to know what the heck Astaz means. Astaz uses a super simple analogy about 3 packages and 3 people in a carriage. Even if the extra packages are removed. Astaz flashes an arrogant, wicked grin. You still have to pay for the carriage passengers. He demands 120 gold coins, 40 per guy. Dibe's goons immediately jump in, yelling that Astaz is straight trash compared to their boss. One lackey gets super heated, stepping up to Astaz and totally threatening to punch him. We all know that's a mistake, right? The goon freezes, realizing Astaz's dark posture and icy voice are terrifying. Desperate to dodge a beatdown, Dibe quickly caves, agreeing to pay the 120 gold. But right as he pays up, Astaz magically raises the price to 160 gold, claiming noble goals. Left with 0 options, Dibe pays, promising Astaz he is going to suffer for this. When it's time for the students to hit the corridors, Perun reminds everyone they get eliminated if their bracelet deactivates. He explains the field barrier, blocks any direct hit spells, or sneaky physical attacks infused with mana. Basically, break the barrier, drop the bracelet, and you get forcefully teleported right out of the testing zone. Perun promises nobody has to worry about serious injuries here. Instructions complete, he signals the assistants to start the exam. Students teleport in, and the live internal broadcast kicks off. Checking the monitors, Perun spots Damien and Dahlia actually sharing the exact same starting point. Suddenly, things go horribly wrong. The live video feed from starting point 3 just completely freezes. Pure panic hits the assistants, thinking they messed up the tech check. But Perun tells them to chill, swearing he personally double-checked everything before they even started. Trust me, you guys will love this part. Off camera, an epic brawl has already begun. Dibe's crew ambushed Astaz immediately. Getting blasted by magic equals an instant disqualification. Game on. Alright, let's jump right into this wild Manhwa. Astad dodges their attacks in a flash. He is so fast that Deb and his crew are absolutely shocked when he strikes. Before they can even blink, Astad is already throwing hands. Not to kill, but definitely eliminating them. Running like lightning, he lands brutal body blows to knock them out. After putting them in their place, Astad makes Deb pay up, telling him he owes 320 gold coins for being so cocky. Plus, Astad warns him he gets 1 silver coin per punch. By the time Astad finishes with Deb, the guy looks like a totally swollen balloon. Astad disqualifies Deb and his gang, easily scooping up their shiny bracelets. Since he really needs Peru to back him up, Astad realizes he is short 2 more bracelets to claim his actual reward. Astad sits down to figure out his next big move. He still needs another teacher to endorse him. He seriously considers wrecking the testing hallway, since only 4 pillars are holding up the floor. But he drops that crazy idea because making enemies of the entire eastern continent would literally just lead to his own death. In the end, he realizes he just has to keep moving forward until he finds something. Meanwhile, Damien has resorted to something totally insane. He used the vid seeds to take over some massive golems and started controlling them, making life a nightmare for nearby students. Total panic breaks out as everyone wonders how Damien is controlling golems with vid seeds. They try taking them down, but the vid seeds make their magic spells completely useless. As the absolute chaos keeps spreading, Chenbai quickly decides he has 0 reason to get involved in this mess to qualify. He runs off, hoping to hide somewhere safe and sound. Suddenly, his bracelet glows, and Chenbai thinks he got hit by magic without even noticing. Because of this, he sits there totally defeated, waiting to get teleported out since he believes he is already disqualified from the test. Minutes pass and nothing happens. Now pay close attention. Suddenly, a creepy voice echoes across the testing grounds, bringing something totally sinister. The mysterious voice tells the terrified students that it has 0 demands. But its only mission is to bring consequences to those who angered the great being. Damien is about to crush a student but stops to hear the creepy voice. Right then, the voice reveals its true plan. It plans to murder every single student. This is exactly when Peru and the assistants realize they are in massive trouble. Practically everything has disconnected, and absolutely nothing is under their control anymore. Peru notices the assistants are totally freaking out and tells them to stop shaking, urging them to find the academy teachers right away. He says finding the teachers should be their absolute priority right now. Immediately, the panicking assistants rush off to find the academy instructors. Meanwhile, Peru is furious that someone actually dared to mess with the incredibly important midterm evaluation of their prestigious academy. On the flip side, every single golem in the hallway is under enemy control. Now in the wrong hands, they move fast and are super deadly. Astad is also shocked that the golems can track him so perfectly. Astad quickly figures out that someone had completely manipulated the main control system. With so many golems outside, Astad notices all the warehouse golems are running loose too. You know Astad is a total battle junkie, right? He decides to just have fun smashing golems while waiting for the main culprit. Chenbai is regretting his miserable life when he hears someone running fast toward him. He turns around, and when the person finally emerges, it turns out to be Astad. Right when he is about to run over and hug him, he notices a massive army of angry golems chasing right behind him. Astad easily catches up to Chenbai and tells him to start running fast. Seconds after the crazy chase starts, Astad notices Chenbai totally lacks the stamina to outrun the golems and would get caught soon. Astad decides to switch to Plan B and asks Chenbai to hand over his bracelet. Chenbai is super confused, so Asta explains that the golems are targeting the bracelets because they are linked to the control system, acting like an alarm. With this making sense, Chenbai hands his bracelet over but asks Asta what his plan is. Asta tells Chenbai he will buy time so he can escape and find Damien. Asta reminds Chenbai that he has a family waiting, so it only makes sense that he should be the one to survive this. The second Asta says this, Chenbai flashes back to his dad's words, telling him to focus entirely on his own magic potential. Basically, everyone in his family has been cheering him on since childhood. Chenbai finally gathers the courage to leave Asta behind, but begs him to make it out alive. While fleeing, Chenbai knows he has to survive. Trust me, you and I felt that his family sacrificed too much for him to die here. Stick with me here. He suddenly remembers his dad calling him his proud son, and reality hits. He starts questioning himself, wondering if he is even someone to be proud of. He realizes he has just been a timid, indecisive kid, nothing special at all. The cold, hard fact that he straight up abandoned his buddy gives him a massive reality check. Right then and there, he decides he absolutely refuses to add any more guilt to his plate. Chenbai instantly whips around, completely locked in with the firm determination that he is not giving up. He decides to bust out the absolute best magic his master ever taught him. While prepping the epic spell, he just prays it actually works. Turns out this wild spell is called the Earth Spear. Sounds pretty awesome, right? It is basically built to pierce right through anything like a heavy cavalry lance. Meanwhile, Asta is still busy fighting golems when Chenbai starts yelling. Asta whips his head around, spotting Chenbai bleeding from his nose while charging up that massive attack. Thanks to a super late warning, Asta barely dodges the destructive blast that vaporizes everything around. When the dust finally settles, the spell left a giant crater. It was so intense, Chenbai starts coughing up actual blood. Chenbai completely collapses, but Asta quickly catches him right before he hits the dirt. Totally drained, Chenbai starts bragging about how his master named the move and how legendary the spell is. But Asta completely disagrees, telling him it is the caster who actually makes a spell truly overpowered. Asta makes it clear, the magic user defines the limits. Watch this part closely. Chenbai acts like he is dying, but Asta just shoves a potion down his throat, instantly leaving him totally amazed. Meanwhile, Asta tries to figure out what to do, since he obviously cannot carry Chenbai into battle. Asta takes a quick second to trace the wild mana flowing everywhere. Once he spots a clear path, he points Chenbai toward the safe zone to find the others. Chenbai asks what Asta's game plan is, and he says he has business to handle. Basically, Asta tracked that toxic mana to the control room and is hyped to investigate. Then Asta sprints straight toward the control room. As he gets closer, a super familiar feeling hits him. He instantly knows it is not Declan. After racking his brain for a hot minute, he realizes he is actually staring down the demonic realm itself. Everything suddenly clicks, because he perfectly recognizes that dark, twisted energy leaking out from the demonic realm. Asta's whole vibe instantly flips. He shifts right into his psycho mode, remembering that creepy weirdo Friesen is running this show. Meanwhile, inside the control room, Friesen is absolutely losing his mind with joy. Demonic beasts are spawning everywhere, and his crazy experiment is working flawlessly, all thanks to that ancient artifact he is holding. Because of the artifact's insane spatial separation power, Friesen safely tapped into the demonic realm without dying, even hijacking the entire control room setup. You and I know villains celebrate early. Friesen is cheering when his partner behind him starts questioning his totally reckless methods. Friesen claps back, telling the guy that creating this demonic energy was the only way to fulfill their shady contract. The mysterious dude finally steps out of the shadows rocking a face mask. He tells Friesen to do whatever the heck he wants, as long as he gets results. Honestly, the only thing this guy cares about is completely ruining a certain professor. Friesen bows his head like a fanboy, calling him the great hound of the bear family. The hound snaps back, telling Friesen to keep his family's name out of his dirty mouth. Friesen gets super salty about bowing, especially since his own family is just a vassal under Declan. Basically, Friesen is just sucking up so the bear family funds his lab space. He figures he will just eat whatever disrespect the hound throws out. Plus, his shady crew finally managed to officially form that forbidden magic cult known as Salvation. Right then, the hound asks Friesen how much longer he needs to take over the body, since a student is coming. Instead of panicking, Friesen gets hyped up. He is thrilled because he finally scored his very first test subject. He is super anxious to see what happens when a human tanks a massive dose of pure demonic energy. Common sense says they would explode, but Friesen points out that the ancient texts claim something totally different. Apparently, if they have mana or ether, they mutate into a literal human beast instead. Meanwhile, Asta is caught right in the middle, golems blocking his escape, and a pack of demonic beasts blocking his path forward. That is where we leave it. Asta charges forward, and Friesen's smile drops when he notices something totally weird. Stick with me here, you're about to see some wild payback. Asta smirks, telling Friesen he's coming for him. Friesen's smile drops and the hound asks if they've met. Friesen says no, demanding his identity. He's literally shaking right now, totally freaking out over how Asta even knows his real name. Suddenly, he spots Asta pulling out all those bracelets he collected earlier. Moving at lightning speed, Asta dashes straight toward those demonic beasts and slaps the bracelets right onto their bodies. This perfectly pits the demonic beasts against the golems, creating an easy path as these monsters totally wreck each other. While Asta just chills there, Friesen grabs his head in absolute frustration, screaming as he watches his prized creatures tear each other apart. But Friesen realizes he has a way bigger problem. Asta literally smashes right through the barrier, making a beeline for the control room, before the hound can even react to this. Asta breaches the room, telling Friesen he has spent way too much time waiting to see his face. Meanwhile, Kembai regroups with Damien, and our guy almost pees his pants seeing how Damien absolutely demolished those golems. More students are with Damien. Dahlia quickly asks Kembai how he managed to reach them. Right then, Kembai realizes they need to ditch those bracelets fast, because the golems are actually tracking them. Kembai warns the students, but they don't believe him at all, assuming he's just there to steal them. Kembai is shook by this logic, reminding everyone that with all this chaos happening, literally nobody cares about some stupid damn bracelets right now. Now pay attention, guys. Kembai explains those bracelets connect straight to the control room, literally acting like a dinner bell. One guy asks if Kembai figured this out himself, but Kembai instantly admits it was all Asta's doing. The second he drops Asta's name, that girl mocks him. She claims trash like Asta totally tricked Kembai into tossing his bracelet away. The dude thinks Kembai is just scared of failing alone, so he's trying to trick them into tossing their bracelets too. This guy keeps trash-talking Asta, but that really rubs Kembai the wrong way because he knows exactly what Asta is capable of. Before Kembai can even defend him, Damien speaks up, catching everyone's attention as he talks about the very first time he met Asta. He tells the group that their first encounter completely defined their whole dynamic, which is exactly why he trusts Asta without any hesitation. To prove it, Damien rips off his bracelet and tosses it down, telling the others they are free to take it. He then signals Kembai, saying it's time to move out. Kembai is totally stunned by this reaction, making him rethink everything he actually knows about Damien. Meanwhile, back in the control room, Asta tells Frisson just how hyped he is to finally kill him. But Frisson is still super confused, having zero clue who Asta even is. Frisson snaps at the Hound, reminding him he's literally paid to protect him. The Hound just stares back, asking if he seriously doesn't recognize Asta. Frisson swears he has zero connection to this kid. Hearing that, the Hound finally decides to step up since they are officially under contract anyway. The Hound reveals a terrifying chain sword, threatening to erase Asta. But you and I know our boy isn't going down that easy. Plot twist: Asta actually recognizes the Hound from the infamous Bamer family. Apparently, they are an elite family known for insane archer-like piercing power. But get this, they actually raised one of their kids completely in secret. And that hidden kid, it's the Hound. He literally acts like a loyal hunting dog, always thrown straight onto the bloody front lines. Asta straight up asks the Hound why he hangs around utter trash like Frisson. The Hound is totally shocked hearing his family's name dropped. He demands to know what Asta knows, but Asta completely ignores him, repeating the question. At this point, the Hound genuinely thinks the pure fear of death made Asta crazy. He demands to know Asta's goal with this intel, but Asta just keeps repeating himself. Totally triggered, the Hound furiously launches his massive weapon at him. Asta effortlessly dodges and repeats the question again. He steps closer, but the Hound smirks, thinking he can totally catch him before he gets close. He plans to use a sneaky recovery spell on his weapon to catch Asta off guard. But joke's on him. Asta effortlessly catches the deadly weapon right before it hits him. Face to face now, Asta casually mentions he's raised dogs before, noting they always get agitated by repeated noises. The Hound absolutely loses his mind over being compared to a mutt. But Asta just stares, making it clear he is simply stating cold, hard facts here. Before the Hound can even process this disrespect, Asta brutally smashes him using his own weapon. Absolute panic grips Frisson watching this go down. He screams at his bodyguard, reminding him he cannot lose to some random, unknown brat. But the Hound is already completely dominated. Before he can even twitch, Asta delivers a devastating, knockout blow to finish him off, leaving Frisson standing there in pure shock. Now that he's officially done with the Hound, Asta turns his attention to Frisson, coldly mocking him. He asks if he is still busy hiding behind someone else, just like he always does. Frisson pulls a demonic device, but Asta just slices his hand right off. Trust me, you and I both wanted to see that happen. All right, stick with me. You're about to see some wild payback. Freon screams in agony, blood spraying everywhere from his severed hand. He knows it's game over and yells at Asta to back off. Right then, Freon tries to threaten Asta, warning him that the demonic realm will be unstoppable if he dies. He throws it in his face that Asta's friends will literally die if this thing stays active. But Asta completely shocks him, saying he is totally fine just waiting around while the demonic realm consumes absolutely everyone. Asta tells him to grab some popcorn and enjoy the show because he is up next. This is the exact second Freon realizes he is dealing with an absolute psycho. Freon is mind blown. He cannot believe Asta does not care about the demonic realm at all. This dude is seriously willing to just let his own friends drop dead. Because of this insane reaction, Freon seriously starts questioning if Asta is even human anymore. He desperately repeats his warning that everyone is going to wipe if the realm is not stopped, but Asta refuses to budge. He literally does not care. Freon demands to know why. Asta suddenly lunges right at him, throwing it in his face that he does not care because the solution is actually super simple. In that exact moment, Asta violently grabs Freon's right hand and snatches the artifact right off him. He coolly drops the mic, saying Freon is not the only guy who knows how this gadget works. Asta casually equips the artifact himself. He slaps his hand straight onto the core and successfully shuts down the entire demonic realm. Pay attention here, because this is where it gets crazy. Freon is completely shell-shocked, and Asta bluntly tells him there is no way he could ever forget. Asta brings up how Declan pinned a whole list of crimes on Freon before sending him to be executed. Basically, Asta started hunting Freon down just to stop that exact execution from happening. He talks about how long he tracked him, saying he almost lost his actual mind. Even though Asta was the ultimate tracker, he still could not find Freon anywhere. Asta admits Freon was a top-tier runner, practically bouncing all over the entire planet. He says he searched absolutely everywhere, getting his own hands totally covered in blood. After chasing him so long, Asta finally tracked Freon straight into the demonic realm. Asta didn't even hesitate to charge inside. Monsters were swarming him from every direction, and the toxic demonic energy was literally rotting away his body and his sanity. In the end, he could not find Freon and finally gave up. He barely crawled out of the demonic realm, only to bump into a fixer who was already waiting for him. This guy had big news, but he was way too terrified to enter the realm himself, so he just chilled outside until Asta made it out. Turns out, the massive news was about Freon. He was dead. Apparently, Declan caught him first and squeezed out every single detail about the forbidden magic and the artifact. Asta explains this crushing emptiness that hit him. It was so bad he just sat outside the demonic realm for days, completely zoned out, staring at the sky. After listening to Asta's insane backstory, Freon snaps back that he has zero clue what he is talking about. He claims he's just a simple assistant. Asta totally tunes him out, noticing that Freon is bleeding way too much right now. Asta quickly pops open a potion and literally forces it down Freon's throat. He tells him he is not allowed to die yet. He needs to hear the ending. Meanwhile, Freon frantically looks for an escape route, hoping Asta just gave him a fighting chance. But Asta keeps monologuing, talking about seeing a wyvern flying freely in the sky. That was the exact moment Asta realized he had become a completely hollow shell, just venting his messed up emotions on everything. You know how destiny works, right? He totally dropped his revenge plans, but then, as fate would have it, he crossed paths with Freon. Freon is still secretly plotting his big getaway when Asta suddenly lunges at him and ruthlessly slams his head straight into the dirt. Asta looks absolutely unhinged. He tells Freon he spent years digging into the demonic realm and his sick experiments, preparing for the exact day he finally found him. Asta intensely tells Freon that he managed to document exactly how his comrades died. Because of that, he is taking his sweet time recreating every single ounce of that pain on Freon's body. Tears and sweat are literally pouring down Freon's face. The pure horror kicks in when he realizes Asta is going to absolutely love torturing him to pieces. 2 solid hours later, Jira finally breaks into the testing ground. She instantly screams at the assistants to locate the students right now so they can save them all. She is seriously pissed off because an ancient magic spell took her 2 whole hours to shatter. Plus, she refuses to lose a single student. Right then, an assistant comes sprinting over to show her the system core. Turns out, everything was completely restored and the nasty spells were already wiped out. Jira quickly orders her assistants to make saving the students their absolute top priority, completely ignoring whoever broke in. Also, she strictly bans any loud announcements. They have zero clue how this intruder might react. Shortly after, they locate every single student, leaving Jira totally confused. Can you believe this? They were under attack for over 2 hours, and somehow, not a single student actually died. Just then, Peru contacts Jira over the comms, letting her know he finally gained access to the inner control room. Stick with me here. Guerra checks the control room footage and is absolutely horrified seeing two brutalized bodies just lying there. Guerra starts sweating, wondering who could possibly pull off such a savage double murder. Suddenly, Asta's profile from the other day flashes in his mind. He slowly turns around and locks eyes right with Asta. It is super obvious our guy is hiding something huge. Seconds later, the director pops up, breathing hard from rushing over here. Guerra is totally mind blown. How did the boss get here from the Far East so fast? The director, meanwhile, is just happy that Guerra wrapped everything up nice and clean. At the same time, the old man is super curious about Guerra's report. He knows Asta brutally crushed those intruders. See, every mage has an inner demon that randomly appears. Normally, this inner demon spells bad news, especially since he used to be a ruthless fixer in his past life. But Asta completely lacked this. Still, seeing his comrade get dropped by forbidden magic absolutely enraged him, but he just buried that fury deep down inside. At least he thought he did. Running into Frezin in the trial hallway basically ripped the lid off all those totally repressed, angry emotions. Asta literally felt like a ticking bomb ready to explode. Now pay attention here. A week later, Asta decides it is the perfect time to start absorbing the Crimson Fire secret tome. Back in his past life as a fixer, his master secret art had 0 element. So learning an elemental secret art like Crimson Fire is a massive first for him. He plays it safe, rereading the early stages on loop while double-checking the ending to make sure the vibe feels exactly right. The core mana paths are basically identical to the Heavenly Origin technique, but pumping mana through the Crimson Fire circuits changes everything. It only produces fire-type mana, meaning he really has to keep his mental focus locked down tight. Right then, Asta successfully activates the tome and starts absorbing the wild mana, lighting a massive flame in his heart that blazes right through his hands. Next stop, spell compression. He quickly realizes this fire magic is taking a way heavier toll on his physical body than his usual basic mana. Eventually, he manages to successfully absorb some of it. Asta feels like he is finally stepping closer to Farron's level. He is super hyped to finally add a fire attribute to his base art. Just as he wraps up and plans his next epic move, an insane presence appears outside. It is super obvious this person is trying to call him out. Asta does not even hesitate and walks right out. Surprise, it is the tiny old director. The headmaster smirks, saying he totally gets why Guerra was acting suspicious. Asta handled that fire mana flawlessly. He admits our guy is seriously special. Asta casually calls him director, and the old man agrees. You saw that too, right? The director suddenly unleashes massive aura, leaving Asta completely stunned. But hey, he is a veteran fixer. A little intimidation tactic is not going to scare him. He stands his ground perfectly. The director finally speaks up, reminding Asta that as the absolute top dog of the academy, he deserves some actual respect. Asta instantly bows his head to the old man, loudly shouting his formal greetings. The boss tells him to chill and lower his voice. He can scream all he wants, but nobody is coming. He completely blocked all surrounding sound. Asta is honestly blown away by how insanely sharp this old dude is. He was totally trying to grab people's attention, but the director already outsmarted him. Asta asks why he even showed up. The boss says he has questions, and Asta's answers will be the ultimate turning point here. Right then, the director casually takes a seat, but releases so much insane pressure that Asta is brutally forced down onto his knees. The headmaster reveals Gera snitched. He knows Asta is hiding a major secret and honestly, he wants in on whatever it is. Asta is completely floored by the director's crazy raw power. He cannot believe this is the same clumsy guy who stumbled through his opening speech. Our guy literally has no choice but to admit the director is an absolute monster. Still, Asta refuses to believe this man can even compare to Declan. With that thought, Asta actually finds a crack in the director's intense mana flow and snips it. Once he breaks completely free, Asta boldly tells the old man he already knows he is here about the crazy events in the trial hallway. The boss is genuinely shocked Asta is not playing dumb. Asta just smirks, saying it is pointless. He wanted it secret, but we both know this is way too massive to hide. All right, stick with me. Let's see what Asta casually asks the principal right here. Asta is totally thrown off by the guy's crazy mood swings. One second he's dead serious and the next, smiling like a maniac. The principal says he'll ask the questions. Asta can just answer what he knows, which beats getting punched in the face. They agree, and Asta sits down to listen. Before the interrogation starts, Asta throws out a little parable about a hunted wyvern, which actually manages to grab the principal's full attention. The principal compares this to a literal battlefield. He tells Asta to treat him like a commanding officer or get knocked out cold. Asta plays along, bowing obediently and calling him sir. The principal totally eats up the respect. Now that they are finally on the same page, the principal unleashes a terrifying aura, demanding to know why Asta brutalized those intruders. Asta is honestly shocked to realize the old man is mad at the bad guys. So Asta bluntly asks the principal what his big plan is. The principal vows to completely crush the intruders and their shady backers. Plus, he promises that the emperor himself will rubber stamp the whole revenge op. He even plans to rally his old squad. Hearing this, Asta realizes he's talking about the legendary war mages and knights he used to fight alongside. These aren't your average foot soldiers. Asta then deflects, claiming it all traces back to Declan. But the principal easily sees right through Asta's obvious bluff. Now watch closely. Asta is honestly impressed by the principal's sharp instincts. Dropping the Declan excuse, he finally confesses that Veer is the real mastermind. The principal demands to know if both are from the Vimmer family. Asta corrects him. One is Frisson, a straight-up Magitech engineer. When the principal asks for hard physical proof, Asta gets cocky. He smirks and asks if he's supposed to hand everything over on a silver platter. The principal cannot believe how crazy insolent Asta is. He demands to know how Asta found out about Veer and Frisson. Asta calmly explains everything. Asta plays it perfectly, dodging any talk about his regression or the grimoire. Even so, he can still feel the principal's boiling rage. After venting his anger, the principal mentions he noticed Asta wants to build a tower. He even offers to completely stock the first-floor shelves for him as a bonus. Asta is hyped to hear this, and thanks the principal for being so cooperative. The principal offers the admission ticket, but only for a favor. You and I both know that means Asta is officially in a massive bind. Seeing Asta start to sweat, the principal just laughs and tells him to cheer up. He says the favor can wait, quickly pivoting to the artifact that builds the demon realm. The principal admits it could be insanely dangerous, but its spatial separation powers are absolutely perfect for Asta's new library. Asta can't even argue, especially since the academy teachers struggled to bypass this exact same artifact. Asta is totally sold. This thing is going to perfectly defend his tower. There's just one huge problem. Our boy knows absolutely nothing about complex magitech. The principal suggests he go consult Jera to figure all of this out. He promises to put in a good word. assuring Asta that she is highly trustworthy. Unlike him, though, Jera will definitely snoop into Asta's real identity. To prevent any drama, the principal quickly cooks up a fake cover story just in case. Next day, Damien and Chenbi interrupt Asta's studying. He's totally shocked by how much weight they gained in just 1 week. Asta also notices the other students, getting way friendlier with Chenbi and Damien. Chenbi says everyone is super grateful for the bracelet intel Asta shared back in the test corridor. They even got free elixirs and parent support. Chenbi thanks Asta, but Asta brushes it off, saying Chenbi won the students overall by himself. Asta reminds Chenbi that he was the one who actually made the change happen. Then Asta asks what Damien actually pulled off in the test corridor. Chenbi reveals Damien used plant magic to tie up a golem and enslave it. He literally controlled golems, naming one Cerberus 13. But before they can chat, Jera suddenly appears and demands Asta come to her office immediately. When Asta steps into her office, Jera asks if he knows why he's been summoned. Asta smoothly replies that he is pretty sure this isn't just a simple academic consultation. Jera heard the fake war mage story. That's it for now, trust me, you gotta see what's next. He also heard Veer caused the whole incident, confirming they are all total trash, including Declan. Asta is honestly shocked the principal already has this entire thing figured out, instead of making Blandor stand out with some fake identity. Trust me guys, this is where it gets wild. The principal wants him playing a wandering war mage descendant. This war mage has serious beef with Declan and Veer. Asta is totally down for it since it perfectly matches his own goals. Jera mentions the whole story has major plot holes, but she drops it. Since the principal already gave her the rundown, she promises to cover for Asta because she knows he isn't an actual threat to the academy. Suddenly, Asta lightens the mood by staring right at Jera's chest, blurting out that she is way older than him. Jera gets absolutely furious at first, but somehow cools down. She figures Asta is just trying to flirt and takes it in stride. Jera even compliments him, saying his quick thinking is the only reason those students survived the hallway attack. Right then, Asta pitches Jera his library idea, asking if she can back him up with publishing. Jera agrees without missing a beat, and Asta finally lets out a huge sigh of relief. With this, he has basically locked down the 3 academic connections he needed. Jera pivots to the main issue, the artifact, warning him that researching this crazy thing could literally take forever. Jera brings up the risks, but she is not stressing too hard because they can always just smash it into pieces. But honestly, listen up, because here is the real danger. She is absolutely terrified of the Salvadium Cabal freaks coming for the magical gauntlet. Asta has zero clue who they are. Jera explains they are a twisted union of forbidden magic users. They all operate differently but share one insane goal, recreating the literal demon realm. She is dead set on Frieson being linked to Salvadium, since he made this a reality. With Frieson super dead, she warns Asta that the Cabal will absolutely hunt him down to grab their artifact. Jera reveals these guys are so relentless they could easily rival Declan. She tells Asta straight up that he might die, completely clueless about how overpowered he actually is. Hearing this, Asta does not panic at all. Instead, the dude gets hyped because fighting the Salvadium sounds incredibly fun to him. He plans to drag them straight to hell. Jera is totally caught off guard by the unhinged, dangerous smirk creeping across Asta's face right now. Asta pulls out the gauntlet, hands it right over to Jera, and tells her to get researching. Jera promises she will get on it. Suddenly, an assistant busts into the room looking absolutely panicked out of their mind. You and I both know this timing is insane. The boss of the Declan family just arrived, sending literal shockwaves right through Asta's body. The whole academy goes into full freak-out mode, and the principal tells everybody to get their stuff together. Students are instantly rushed to their dorms, while security goes on max alert. Principal Farron and Jira are waiting to officially welcome Declan to the academy. This is actually Farron's very first time meeting the guy, who literally became the family boss at 30 thanks to his insanely massive achievements. Everyone knows, though, that Declan's brutal atrocities only skyrocketed the second he took charge. Still, the principal does not want to judge Declan just on those rumors, but at the same time, the principal is not exactly thrilled that Declan has the audacity to ride a freaking horse right into the academy. Custom totally dictates that no matter your status, you always walk in on foot. Declan finally pulls up to where they are waiting and asks if it is time. The confused principal just stares, asking what he even means. Declan casually mentions hearing about the test corridor attack. Farron matches his energy, sharply reminding Declan that those rumors are completely unconfirmed right now. The principal is annoyed the Declan family is tied to this, but Declan just plays dumb. Right then, Declan flashes this extremely fake smile and claims he came to the academy just to help. Declan shows off his pocket space, bragging about how he already caught the guys responsible for the ambush. Inside that space, the actual severed heads of the attackers, he names Veer as the boss and smirks, claiming he cleanly wiped out Veer and his kids. Meanwhile, Asta is watching everything from a rooftop, totally unsurprised that Declan straight up murdered Veer. The absolutely flawless timing does bother him, though. He only mentioned Veer and Declan to the principal, and boom, Declan randomly shows up the very next day. He wonders if this is just dumb luck, or if Declan is seriously that calculating. Asta feels super relieved getting a real chance to finally get close to Declan in this life. Even if the guy is way out of his league. A few days pass, and the academy bounces back to its usual fun vibes. So what do we think? Farron dropped a massive bombshell, revealing plans to officially enroll a direct Declan bloodline descendant. The real game is just getting started. He's totally trying to use the hostage card. Stick with me here, guys. The Imperial House just dropped a bombshell. The third princess is enrolling, and he's playing the VIP card perfectly. But Asta thinks that drama will go down way later. Probably not until sometime next year, honestly. To hype everybody up, the school throws the massive Pistoniki Festival. It is basically a huge victory bash for the academy students who were drafted during the war era. Asta figures the academy treats that insane test corridor exactly like a war zone, which honestly is a pretty brilliant way to boost the overall vibe. To make things way better, the school actually allowed alcohol, giving everyone total freedom. Even Damien wanted to drink with the mercenaries. Right then, a loud announcement rings out, telling all the students that the massive awards ceremony is about to kick off. Anyone wanting to go needs to gather in front of the Sage Hall. Damien could not care less, but Asta completely drags him along for the ride. Asta is totally hyped for this awards ceremony, because our boy wants to collect that sweet loot for his hard work. After the headmaster finally finishes his super long speech, they jump right into the awards, calling all the lucky winners up onto the main stage. When they read off the names, Dahlia is up first on the list, followed by Damien and then Evely. Kembai and H make the cut too, as all 5 of them strut on stage. You and I are probably wondering the same thing Asta is. What did Evely do to score an award? He actually remembers absolutely nothing about her from his past life. Asta figures she must have pulled off something absolutely insane during that test corridor event to score a prize like this. When the headmaster finally hands Asta his reward, it is a top-tier magic elixir sitting inside a seriously luxurious box. After the ceremony, Asta and his crew just wild out around campus, partying it up until the school sets off this crazy fireworks show that grabs literally everyone's attention that night. Asta thinks it is a major waste of cash, but plans to launch some for his future library anyway. Our boy plans to chill at the very top of the tower, looking down. His big master plan: throw a massive week-long festival and then host the epic Sage Ascension ceremony. The very next morning, the headmaster sends Asta a quick message using his white owl. He tells Asta to meet at their usual spot, so Asta literally jumps out the window to get there. The spot is an abandoned building that the local fixers used to use. It is the absolute perfect campus hideout for top-secret chats. Asta walks inside and is actually mind-blown that the headmaster completely fixed the place up to look decent. Once they finally get completely settled in, Asta asks the old man why he dragged him out so crazy early. The headmaster smoothly reminds our MC that he owes him a favor. That is when it clicks. Asta traded a future favor for that super rare library pass. The headmaster reveals that the task is honestly pretty simple. Basically, the old guy just wants Asta to deliver a letter to his buddy. But before even grabbing it, Asta already knows this is gonna end terribly. Watch closely, because this is where it gets wild. Asta asks where to go, and the old man casually drops that the target is hiding in the deadly Hammern Great Forest. Asta is absolutely shook hearing this news. Because the Hammern Great Forest has been untouched since ancient times, totally swarming with insane monsters and high-level magic materials everywhere. Asta literally cannot believe this crazy old dude is telling him to go track somebody down in a death trap. The headmaster just laughs it off, joking that it should not be too hard since other normal people already live out there. He casually suggests checking the base camps to definitely find him. Asta is sweating over the danger, but right as he complains, the headmaster cuts him off, saying he completely forgot to mention the massive care package he prepared. The headmaster slides a list over, and Asta is totally stunned. Every single item on this paper is insanely expensive and super ultra rare. Then the headmaster asks what Asta was complaining about, but our boy immediately swallows his words and loudly declares he is 100% ready for the job. This quest reward is so insanely stacked that Asta just cannot turn it down. Asta is basically blown away by the god-tier loot he has been racking up lately. Plus, he actually secured an artifact production voucher from the legendary Urukane workshop. That voucher is from a super prestigious studio, where even the richest noble families have to wait in massive lines. Thanks to all this insane bribe money, Asta simply cannot reject the old man. The headmaster reveals he wanted to call the target back to the academy. With all the crazy demon realm and Declan drama going down, he desperately needs his comrades' help. However, the guy claimed he was busy handling some super personal business. So the headmaster wants Asta to go out there and help the dude solve his personal drama as fast as possible. In the end, Asta negotiated even more compensation before bouncing from the meeting. Walking away, our guy starts brainstorming his next big power play. That is where we leave it. Originally, he just planned to boost his mana using that premium elixir. Stick with me here. With 3 now, he figures obsessing over his mana capacity is totally pointless. Instead, he locks in on a night-style body reinforcement technique, fueled entirely by that sweet, raw ether. They call it mana limbs. It is an insane move that lets a guy like Asta completely shatter the limits of a problem solver from his past life. Keeping that in mind, Asta is hyped beyond belief to finally buff up his totally fragile body. He is absolutely pumped. Being a mage is cool, but snatching up night-tier skills with 0 wasted time, that is an absolute win. Asta sits down and gets ready to absorb a top-tier, premium elixir. He hits the exact same breathing rhythm, but this time, he dumps every single drop of that high-grade mana straight into his system. The mana immediately floods every single joint, muscle fiber, and nerve cell he has. Within a minute, Asta is literally burning up, but thanks to the fire mark, he stays locked in and smashes right through that first limit. He keeps moving super slow, forcing the mana to circulate through his actual flesh instead of his mana circuits. Now watch closely, because this is where it gets brutal. He injects mana straight into his muscles, pushing himself to the absolute extreme. The pain is literally tearing him apart. For a split second, he thinks about quitting but pushes through. He squeezes out every last ounce of energy and boom, he officially unlocks mana limbs. Honestly, he thinks he went way beyond his original goal. Even though his current durability cannot fully handle the output. He is completely confident his newly buffed physical stats would not let him lose to a knight. Realizing this is going to be a huge problem for actual knights once his body reaches full maturity, Asta decides to test out his body's regeneration. He slices himself, fully expecting the wound to heal up in about 15 minutes, which was the standard time back in his past life. But to his absolute shock, the gnarly cut closes up in a literal flash. We are talking crazy, next-level healing. Asta cannot even believe he somehow just bagged such an insane, unexpected bonus stat. He realizes that throwing Wenji's healing light tome into the mix would basically make him unkillable, exactly like Damien, the absolute monster of Blandor. Right then, he spots a faint trace of mana lingering in his spilled blood drop on the floor. He tries to control it and boom, it glows bright, meaning his blood reacts to mana. He figures the Blandor family healing arts will level up like crazy if he masters this. It actually looks like a flesh and blood proliferation formula is hidden right inside the tome, and Asta starts thinking about hitting up Wenji to chat about it. But he instantly trashes that idea, because he wants zero parts of dealing with that dude. So, Asta decides he will just bring it up with Lancey instead, since she is showing up super soon for a parent-teacher meeting anyway. Pretty soon after, Lancey rolls up and is super relieved to see Asta and Damien totally safe. She asks if there is any beef or trouble, but Damien swears he is chilling. Lancey drops a message from Gamo about the simple door, the inner lake, and that statue design Damien pitched earlier. She admits his proposal was super detailed, but Gamo straight up rejected it. Damien is totally blindsided since he was already hyped, but Lancey says they still have a shot. She tells Damien to hit the top 16 in the Academy's midterm exams. If he pulls that off, she can totally flex her influence and talk Gamo into it for him. Asta instantly clocks exactly what Lancey is scheming right here. Lancey tells Damien to chill out and not stress, since he has Asta and Chenbai ready to carry him. You and I both know Asta is totally trapped here, right? Lancey promises huge rewards if they help Damien, and our boy realizes he is officially cornered. But he has zero choice but to play along, because he desperately needs that proliferation formula, and Lancey is his golden ticket. With that reality check, Asta promises Lancey he will definitely help out. They ask Damien about his magic knowledge, but the dude just looks completely lost. When they ask for his textbooks, he drags out an entire heavy box stuffed with them. Chenbai cannot believe his eyes, and instantly knows they are about to go through absolute academic hell. Chenbai asks Damien if he actually turned in all the professor's assignments on time, and Damien nods yes. Chenbai sighs in massive relief, thinking they totally dodged a bullet there. But Asta, he is not even 90% sure Damien is telling the truth right now. When Asta actually takes a look at Damien's current grades, he realizes the guy is basically failing everything except culture class. A staff figures this huge gap is totally because of the weird way his noble family educated him. The worst subjects, literally anything involving magic. Honestly, Asta is not completely sure he will not end up smacking the guy out of frustration while tutoring him. They are stressing over this when Furion pops up, saying that he totally overheard them talking about saving Damien's grades. Asta asks why he is crashing their study group, and Furion casually reveals he might actually be able to carry them. Damien's face instantly lights up. You and I need to see this. Let's jump right into it. Asta isn't totally blown away, and Furion knows the trust is gone. So Furion decides to flex a little to change their minds, pulling out a super familiar document. Boom, it is literally the Holy Grail, the master answer key for every single test the Academy teachers hand out. Everything from class M1 to M3 is summarized right here, leaving Chenbai totally and completely speechless. Asta on the flip side. He is still completely annoyed about Furion's shady test corridor stunt, but he admits this cheat sheet is a massive lucky break. He genuinely wants to punch the dude, but holds back. Right then, Furion mentions a massive catch to the deal, and Asta hopes it means instant punching bag time. Furion drops the bomb. He wants Asta as his personal combat coach right after the upcoming midterm exams. He knows Asta's insane battle intellect is exactly what he needs to survive. Asta is totally hyped and agrees instantly, telling Furion to hit the gym right now so they can start throwing down. Furion slams on the brakes, nervously explaining that the training isn't actually for him. Asta's vibe just instantly drops to zero. Furion tells him to tag along to meet the mystery VIP, and they bounce from the academy. After dodging through sketchy alleys, Asta is about to lose it when they hit a fancy private facility. Now look closely. You and I can tell this setup means whoever is inside is absolutely loaded. Asta walks in and finally meets his new VIP student. It's Dahlia de Denai herself. Furion pulls Dahlia aside, asking if she seriously needs Asta. She insists it's Asta or nothing because she refuses to rely on her rich family's influence. Dahlia literally begs for help, and Asta smirks, saying he has a counter-offer. He casually suggests that Dahlia should just use Furion instead. Use Furion as a punching bag until exams are done, since Asta is busy tutoring Damien anyway. Furion looks totally horrified, and his jaw drops even further when Dahlia actually seems to consider it. Furion screams, crying that he already paid up front with the study guides. Asta says that covers the debt. But it definitely does not cover the dirty stunt he pulled on Chenbai earlier. Furion is totally shook that he got busted. Dahlia steps in, saying the proposal sounds awesome. Furion completely loses it, whining about why they are making decisions for him when he never agreed. He tries flexing his proud Ney family bloodline, but Asta just mercilessly clowns him right back, saying he desperately needs a punching bag right now, and Furion fits the bill perfectly. Furion's massive ego is shattered. Defeated, he just speed walks away mumbling about prepping for exams. Asta sighs out loud. Hey, at least Chenbai gets to chill out a bit. Turning back, Asta tells Dahlia he will totally do it since he practically got paid in full. He asks if she wants to run hands in close combat, leaving her standing there totally stunned. Meanwhile, elsewhere. I know what you are thinking, cheating. Yep, Eveline is secretly meeting an associate to steal the exam questions. She slides him a shady address to meet a literal underground expert in this exact stuff. Back with our boy Asta. He cannot believe he is training Dahlia, considering their crazy past life beef. They basically hated each other. He would have flat out ended her if backup hadn't arrived. But once she leveled up to head Mage of Denai, they totally went their separate ways. Grudges aside, Astaire realizes that powering up Dahlia right now could be super massive profit. Dahlia eventually overtakes Declan anyway, getting Astaire super hyped to just speedrun the timeline a little bit. Honestly, he is glad he said yes. If he doesn't beat her up now, the chance is gone. He randomly asks what the most vital thing in a one-on-one is. Dahlia is totally clueless, but she stubbornly demands to learn the exact crazy move Astaire used against Star. Astaire is totally shocked. She wants his personal style, warning her to find a vibe that fits her. So, what do you and I make of this? He tells her to imagine a fight between rank 8 and 9 mages. Dahlia says the rank 8 dude would definitely win. But stick with me here. Astaire proves her totally wrong, claiming the real winner just cracks the other's skull first. Dahlia is super confused, so Astaire literally demonstrates by blasting a crazy mana bullet straight at her head, proving that whoever lands the first strike basically wins the whole match. By the time Astaire finally heads back to the academy, it's super late, but he figures Dahlia would improve if she got totally wrecked more often. Then he remembers Damien is still part of this crazy equation. Meanwhile, Evelyn's sidekick is totally stressing over what to do about his super sketchy assigned mission. He quickly figures out that Evelyn's sketchy contracts are just hunting for noble family connections. If this dude plays his cards right, he could totally sneak into that elite network too. He remembers how everything totally crashed and burned last time, but he's super convinced this round is completely different. He quickly reaches his destination, which looks like a totally normal tea house. The manager asks for his order, and the dude drops the super secret password, "Cool down the hot dragon horn tea." The manager just casually tells him to hold on a sec. This basically confirms he hit the jackpot location, because yelling that cringe password in a regular cafe would have been insanely embarrassing for him. When the manager brings the tea, he totally calls out the dude for sweating bullets, saying it's actually pretty normal. Because hearing the words dark merchant basically makes everyone expect some creepy, super shady hidden dungeon. But watch closely. Neither you nor I would ever guess this bright, gorgeous spot is actually a black market. The manager then asks how he even found this tea house. The guy spills the beans, saying he's here to score the freshman basic class exams from the academy. The manager drops a bomb, saying someone is totally down to sell the exams, and asks which department he actually needs. He nervously replies that he wants the magic department papers. The manager smiles, saying he's super lucky since he's meeting the seller next weekend. He asks Evelyn's lackey if he wants to tag along to the meetup. The dude instantly realizes the manager is totally trying to bait him into a super sketchy trap. Even so, he agrees to tag along, totally faking it by saying real merchants always verify the seller and check the product quality. Deep down, the dude knows he is completely trapped with zero way to back out. The manager is super hyped he agreed, promising to hit him up later with the exact time and secret location. But he warns him not to write anything down. While dropping the info, Astaire is totally eavesdropping right outside the door. Astaire refuses to buy that this is just a lucky coincidence, with an exam buyer and seller magically appearing at the exact same time. I know what you're thinking. Astaire realizes this setup is twisted, especially since nobody even mentioned a price. Still, he decides to crash the party himself. Since he's got Declan gear that totally fits the vibe, he goes for it right then. He reaches into his subspace and casually pulls out the outfit, wondering if he should kick things off by robbing the richest dude around. Meanwhile, the manager is stressing about his dangerous job when Astaire suddenly bursts in wearing the Declan gear. The clerk is completely shook, since he definitely never expected one of Declan's elite magic squads to just randomly crash his tea house. Asta tells the dude to drop the act and forget the dumb code. The guy quickly scrambles, sweating buckets, and asks Asta what he's actually looking for. Asta casually drops that he wants a subspace bag. The dude's face instantly starts pouring sweat at those exact words. Because he's terrified this guy is hunting for Callahan's super, rare missing subspace bag, which completely vanished after he died. Panicking over why Asta is checking his shop, he quickly lies, swearing they've never seen anything like that around here. Asta then grills him about his chat with the dude who just left, calling the whole vibe super suspicious. The clerk is left totally speechless and stunned, freaking out over how to handle this mess. Asta instantly shows he's not playing around, blasting a terrifying aura when the guy takes too long to answer. The clerk sees this terrifying flex, and pure panic takes over because he suddenly realizes he is definitely not facing your average, everyday Declan Mage. He totally caves, telling Asta he'll spill everything he and that sketchy guy just discussed. Since it has literally nothing to do with Declan, Asta says he's ready to listen, but he'll be the one deciding if there's really nothing being hidden here. Just as he is totally about to start talking, Asta interrupts. "Trust me, we're dragging this full confession down to the warehouse." The guy nervously asks Asta why they need to hit the warehouse, and our boy just tells him he has to check the place out himself. You and I both know Asta is playing him, staring him down to make him crack and agree by asking if he is hiding something shady. As they head down to the basement, the manager asks Asta if they really need to go this far. Asta plays the innocent card, swearing on Declan's name that he has absolutely nothing to fear. Asta promises that whatever he confesses right now will stay completely off the record forever, as long as it has nothing to do with Declan, anyway. The manager finally cracks, revealing the kid came on Eveline's orders. He admits he is just in it for the cash, so he does not know all the exact details. But he suspects she is trying to buy stolen academy test papers on the black market. Asta is actually shocked to hear this, since Evely is basically the academy's golden girl. Everyone looks up to her as the perfect role model with flawless morals. This leaves Asta scratching his head, wondering why someone like her would pull a stunt like this. Asta cannot believe some poor guy is stuck grinding as a private tutor, while this rich girl has the luxury of throwing cash around to get whatever she wants. Arriving at the warehouse, Asta sees it is packed with some seriously nice loot. He tells the managers it looks fine at first glance, but he still needs to do a full sweep just to be totally sure everything is legit. Then Asta orders him to grab 2 subspace bags, because they are confiscating every single suspicious item they find. The manager just freezes in pure terror, because he knows he is completely ruined. Meanwhile, back home. Check this out. Chenbai is struggling to teach Damien because the kid keeps arguing his way is better. Damien insists his spell is working just fine, but Chenbai has to explain that the stabilization formula is actually super important for the whole process. Furion almost screams in pure frustration, realizing he has landed in his own personal kind of hell. He knows Damien is a total prodigy, but he is the kind of genius who completely ignores basic common sense. Honestly, whatever Damien is doing totally defies all normal logic. Because even though his weird spell really should not even work, he somehow manifests it easily. This makes Furion wonder what would happen if Asta actually chilled out to teach Dahlia. Right on cue, Dahlia walks in, and Furion completely loses his mind seeing she got totally beaten up, all in the name of Asta's brutal training. Before they even know it, a whole week flies by. Chenbai asks Furion how his grading is going, because every single answer he checked was perfectly correct. Furion admits his section is flawless too, and Damien is actually surprised to hear he got a perfect score. Fury is totally mind-blown that Damien crushed his expectations in just 1 week. He can only hope Asta is handling his own mission perfectly too. Meanwhile, Asta is spying on Eveline's lackey, Devi, and even though he really wants to smack him, he knows he has to wait for the seller. He considers wrecking Dev and Evely right there, but realizes other shady students would still buy the exams anyway. Just moments later. Now pay close attention here. Dev arrives at the drop spot and meets a bouncer. Later that night, Dev heads back to Evely's room to hand over the secured goods. After a quick double check, they confirm the exams are the real deal. Evely tells her shady assistant they are going to keep throwing opportunities at Dev. Hearing this, Dev smiles, thinking his family will finally stop treating him like trash. Evely then dismisses Dev, telling him he is good to go, promising they will hit him up once everything is fully verified. She adds that from now on, Dev is in charge of distributing all the test papers to their clients. And Devi happily agrees. The second he leaves, Evely flashes a super smug smile, totally mocking Dev behind his back for being such a massive, gullible idiot. Then, Evely asks her assistant if his side project is going smoothly, and he gives her the green light, revealing that in just a few days, all the dirty work Evely was involved in will be pinned straight on Devi and the Pingrove Trading Company. Eveline tells her assistant to make absolute sure everything goes off without a hitch, because taking the fall is the only reason they use Devi. Without them knowing, Asta just eavesdropped on the entire conversation and cannot believe how rotten this girl actually is. This leaves him wondering if there is a smart way to handle this mess, because he needs to wreck her whole scheme while guiding Eveline to ensure she never tries a stunt like this again. Even though he recorded everything on a crystal sphere, Asta knows using it immediately would be a total waste. Asta is honestly conflicted because he usually solves problems with his fists, but he really does not want to take that violent route here. But what do you and I expect? Our boy gets a wild idea to force Evely back onto the right path. Asta grabs the test papers and starts copying everything onto a brand new sheet. He is honestly impressed by his own handwriting, mostly because he copied texts constantly growing up. Stick with me here. He never expected to do this again, but he feels super proud he pulled it off. Finishing up, he mentally tells Evelyn she is about to become a genuinely good person. Meanwhile, Dahlia finally gets exactly what Asta was trying to teach her about striking first in battle. Soon after, the exams completely wrap up. Everyone is sweating bullets, wondering if they nailed the right answers, except for one particular smug student named Demonin von Harry, who is actually Evelyn's client. He is incredibly satisfied with his test, totally bragging to his friends about how he absolutely aced the whole thing. Turns out, Demonin is Viscount Harimer's eldest son, and his loaded family completely controls the kingdom's main grain supply warehouses. Evelyn is absolutely thrilled she locked down a solid alliance with the grain VIPs, all thanks to her perfectly leaked exam questions. She basically has 4 sketchy deals like this running simultaneously, confidently calling it the absolute deal of the century. In fact, she is super confident the massive winning streak will continue. Suddenly, a proctor walks right into the room and tells Demonin to follow him, because the principal is waiting. Now pay close attention here. Pure panic hits Evelyn because this can only mean one truly disastrous thing. The next morning, the students gather together, and the freshmen get strictly ordered into the massive Great Hall for a super sudden emergency meeting. Everyone is super confused. The innocent kids have absolutely zero clue why they got randomly summoned out of nowhere. Some know a massive cheating scandal dropped, and Evelyn is literally shaking, terrified they will somehow trace it all back to her. She tries to stay confident, totally convinced she left absolutely zero paper trail or evidence. She wonders if Debai messed up but quickly brushes it off. Debai might be a bit slow, but he is never reckless. The proctor soon storms right into the room, aggressively ordering every single student to shut their mouths. He says he knows the crazy rumors are already spreading, but he is about to clear things up for those completely out of the loop. He straight up reveals that several students got caught cheating during the freshman midterms, giving a whole speech about how unbelievably shameful this massive scandal is for their elite academy. This instantly confirms the wild rumors for anyone who already suspected something super shady was happening. The innocent kids know the guilty are totally ruined, and Evelyn is practically dying of fear. The proctor announces the main mastermind was found. It is Debai, who just got officially expelled alongside his other 4 accomplices. Plus, the academy will heavily demand full financial compensation for all the damages. I know what you're thinking, but get this. The faculty didn't uncover the plot. A random student with an unshakable sense of justice actually did. He claims they gathered to highly praise this student's insane bravery, and right at that dramatic second, he calls Evelyn's name, demanding she step to the front. Evelyn is totally stunned hearing her own name, and the entire massive crowd starts cheering loudly. She frantically tries to tell everyone it wasn't her, but they just think she is being overly modest. Without letting her defend herself, she gets shoved up front like the ultimate hero who saved the day. Evelyn is completely losing it. Her soul just cannot process how insanely messed up this is. Meanwhile, Asta stands in the back, slow clapping for Evelyn, hyping her up to stay on the righteous path since she is now known as the epic champion of lost causes. Basically, she is the benevolent judge who violently corrects all the corrupt trash. Exactly 1 full week after this, the students are told the official rankings are out, and everyone practically sprints toward the board to check their final grades. Damien and his squad are completely mind-blown to find him sitting in 18th place, totally crushing all their expectations. Asta keeps his signature chill vibe, telling Damien to look closer, because Demonin actually ranked way up in 7th place, which is much higher than him. Right then, a proctor suddenly pops up and drops the bomb that they posted the wrong results. He steps up and posts the correct test results. This time Damien actually hits 16th place and almost loses his absolute mind with pure, unfiltered joy. Asta is hyped that Damien passed because he can finally collect his sweet reward, which is that absolute cheat code, the multiplication formula. Kembai loudly celebrates Damien's epic victory. Makes you think, right? Kembai says Asta has crazy teaching talent and could stay in the advanced class post-graduation to be an awesome assistant. Asta hears this nonsense and instantly tells him to shut his mouth. Stick with me, let's dive right in. He didn't want to admit it out loud, but Chenbi means way too much to him. Asta tells Chenbi that an assistant was actually behind that whole cheating scandal. Why? Because the guy was so incredibly broke he had to sell test answer sheets just to keep the lights on and pay his bills. Asta then asks if he has any clue how long it takes an assistant to become an associate professor. Chenbi says he heard it takes about 3 to 4 years. Asta asks who told him that garbage, and Chenbi drops Paran's name. Asta genuinely asks if he even wants to be a professor. Chenbi shrugs, saying it seems pretty rewarding in a way. Chenbi wonders if Asta thinks he isn't cut out for teaching, but Asta reassures him there is absolutely a path for him if teaching is his real dream. Asta tells him to become an archmage. We're talking about someone so insanely powerful that absolutely nobody would ever dare challenge them. With a massive grin on his face, Asta says that once he hits archmage status, he can train his students however he wants, exactly like he did with Damien. Those words hit Chenbi right in the feels. Asta can literally see the gears turning in his head. This is exactly what Asta wanted. He is totally pushing Chenbi to dream way bigger. After seeing what he pulled off with Damien, Asta knows being a basic assistant is a total waste. The guy's way too talented. Asta wants Chenbi to reach Archmage level, so he can finally repay the massive favor of saving his own life. Now pay close attention here. Meanwhile, two sketchy guys are secretly meeting about some ancient ruins just discovered in Hamlin Forest. Yeah, this is definitely going to be huge. A few days later, the trio meets up with Lancey to grab their reward. She casually tells them the multiplication formula they asked for isn't really that hard. Actually, she promises Asta she will hand over a super high-level formula. Asta is completely blown away because he definitely wasn't expecting to get anything on that crazy tier. Then Lancey turns to Chenbi. She did some digging and realized there is some serious drama going on with his family. She asks if he knows about it. Chenbi admits he does, but unfortunately, things at home are honestly just getting worse. Lancey straight up tells Chenbi that House Blandor could fix everything for him. They could even give his family a way better life. Chenbi doesn't even hesitate with his answer. He thanks Lancey for the generous offer, but politely turns it down. Lancey tells him not to take it the wrong way, and Chenbi promises he totally isn't taking it like that at all. However, he drops a wholesome bomb. He wants to be best friends with Damien forever. Hearing that, Damien subtly blushes. Lancey is honestly impressed by his response. Chenbi then asks if he could request something else instead, and Lancey totally gives him the green light. Chenbi reveals that if the chance ever pops up, he wants to study magic at House Blandor. The guy just wants to broaden his horizons. Lancey asks if that is really enough for him, and he happily says yes. When Gamo hears what Chenbi said, she is completely overwhelmed with joy. She's just so happy her son found such a solid friend. She decides to reward Chenbi immediately, sending him a letter declaring that from this exact moment on, House Blandor is officially acting as Chenbi's ruling patron house. Chenbi practically passes out from the shock when he reads that letter. He completely breaks down in happy tears. In the end, the midterm evaluations wrap up with scores that make absolutely everyone happy. You and I both know what time it is. Tournament arc. Gaira announces the first-year basics class will soon start their interpersonal combat training. All regular academic classes are getting completely suspended. Every single lesson will shift straight to practical combat. However, she lets them know that training is honestly left totally up to the students. She adds that prep classes will carry on just like normal, but they aren't mandatory. One confused student asks Gaira what she actually means by "at their own discretion." She bluntly explains they are totally free to either attend class or just skip it entirely. In fact, they are even allowed to head back home to train. She tells them not to sweat it because the professors will completely handle all the prep classes. At the very least, they're inviting a bunch of active, grade 5 combat mages certified by the Imperial Court. After that crazy announcement wraps up, Asta is left wondering why the interpersonal combat schedule suddenly changed out of nowhere. He instantly realizes these professors are definitely hiding some huge secret, and from the looks of it, this order came from way higher up, not the teachers themselves. Later that day, Asta gets a random message from the director. He's told to meet up at exactly 8 p.m. tonight. That night, Asta hits his usual spot, but everything has completely changed. Trust me, we'll want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. The director actually threw up massive barriers just to hide this totally busted warehouse. Since the boss basically turned the entire spot into his own private luxury resort. Asta figures he can totally test out that new multiplication formula he just learned. He whips out the ruby and pumps it full of magic. Crazy enough, it actually works. The ruby soaked up all the ambient mana and literally made a perfect clone. But his magic is lacking. He is about to go all out when the director pops up, asking what the heck he is up to. Asta is startled, but the old man is way more shook seeing those glowing rubies. He asks if Asta can actually cast spells with them. Asta says yep, and immediately drops a quick demo that leaves the old dwarf totally speechless. The dude is absolutely blown away that Asta can stash raw, unrefined mana inside stones and actually cast with it. He literally yells out, asking about the range, then suddenly pivots to asking where he even got the gems. Asta promises to spill the tea, but first, he needs a huge favor. Now watch this. Asta just spotted the absolute perfect punching bag to test drive his brand new power. The director gets super cocky, bragging that no matter how hard the kid tries, he will not even touch a single hair on his head. Asta does not even argue back. He just gets straight to business, mashing those rubies together until they are completely loaded with mana. Right then, the old man realizes he messed up. He starts screaming at Asta to stop, but our boy refuses to back down even an inch. The second Asta knows his skill is locked and loaded, he unleashes it on the dwarf. Boom! Huge explosion, though honestly Asta thinks it is kinda mid, when the thick smoke finally clears out. You can clearly see the director completely losing his mind as he screams at Asta, demanding to know who he actually is and where he came from. The director admits he knew Asta's mana was super pure for his age, but what he just pulled off is completely beyond anything the old man can comprehend. Asta just shrugs, saying he is literally just an ordinary dude, and asks if the director thinks he is some massive demon possessing a human body. The boss fires back that Asta's definition of ordinary is way off base, and threatens to beat some sense into him right then and there. The old guy finally admits the magic was so bizarre, he can barely even wrap his head around how it works. Then he demands to know where the glowing red rubies vanished to, but instead of giving him a straight answer, Asta just throws up a super rude hand gesture. Once these two finally chill out and start talking, Asta asks why he got called here anyway, and the old man drops the bomb that it is all about the great forest. But before explaining anything, he fires up the crystal orb on his desk to show exactly why he called him. Let that sink in for a second. You and I both know it is bad when even Asta looks completely terrified at the image. So, talking about the great forest of Hamlin. This entire place has been completely untouched since ancient times because absolute nightmare monsters live in there. Humans are super adaptable and somehow manage to survive inside, but make no mistake, only the absolute elite mercenaries can actually operate in this brutal zone. But in the footage they are watching, those exact elite, hardcore mercenaries are visibly shaking with pure terror. That is because they went up against the undead, and nope, definitely not your average, slow-moving zombies. These freaks are driven entirely by raw souls, not leftover memories. Basically, they are self-generating monsters that just keep coming back. The old man drops the next bomb, a terrifying beast called the Destroyer, which was locked away inside those ancient ruins, completely broke free. And now, super angry, vengeful spirits are flooding out from the depths right behind it. The boss man makes it clear this is a code red. But literally, none of his own disciples can pack up on such crazy short notice. He reveals the team has to roll out in 2 days max. He asks for Asta's take, swearing that even if he totally rejects the mission, he will not snatch back the reward he already gave him. He tells him to just treat it like a gift, meaning 0 extra payouts are coming. The old guy makes it super obvious that this choice is entirely up to him. Because you absolutely cannot bribe someone with cash when literal lives are on the line like this. He is still warning Asta to be careful when our boy just completely cuts him off, flat out saying he is in. The director is totally shocked, but Asta points out he knows the old man is just worried about his friend, who clearly will not stop even if it gets him killed. Asta straight up admits he is no saint, but he is definitely not some scumbag who would bargain over another person's life. Let's be real, we both know Asta was going even if the old man strictly forbade it. Our guy firmly believes the power he wants to learn is hiding inside that terrifying forest, and there is zero chance he misses out. With the heavy chat finished. Alright guys, stick with me here. The headmaster hands Asta a fast-pass teleport ticket to skip lines. He even hooks my guy up with an epic magic cloak. Asta totally jokes with the old man, saying he's getting so much loot there won't be anything left. But the old dude just tells him to zip it, saying soon it'll be too late to prep. Finally, he tosses him a six-sackle mask. Since he's gotta keep things super low-key, the old man says this mask will totally help his buddy track him without anyone noticing. Then the headmaster spills the tea. Based on his crazy test scores, he's registering everything under Asta's name, but he really wants to know what's up with the Blandor house. Asta just tells the old man to just chill out, promising he's totally gonna handle the drama himself. He then drops a letter to Kem and Damien, basically saying he is off training, so do not disturb. Instead of getting salty, Damien decides to go train too. Later down in Greenton, right near the massive Hamlin forest, Asta is chilling solo in an old warehouse, cooking up his next big brain move. Meanwhile, the old man's buddy Oberon is meeting up with this super sketchy guide named Ray. Ray is whining to Oberon about how terrified he is of the forest, but Oberon reminds him about their solid escort contract between Base Camp 4 and Greenton. Plus, Ray already scored 4 times the usual cash up front for the danger, but he is still bailing. Ray straight up mocks Oberon, telling him good luck finding another guide this late. He tries playing the emotional card, crying about wanting to live since monsters could pop out literally any second now. Deep down though, Ray is just trying to scam as much cash out of Oberon as humanly possible because he ain't crazy enough to actually go inside. His master plan is to ditch Oberon and use the fat stacks to retire somewhere chill. Now watch closely, because right then, Asta just rolls into the room, rocking that creepy mask the old man gave him. The two guys totally freak out, asking who the heck he is, but Asta flips it and demands Oberon identify himself first. Once he drops his name, Asta confirms he really is the headmaster's apprentice. Asta figures he hit the jackpot and tells Oberon he is totally free to call him senior. The second Ray realizes that Oberon's backup has actually arrived on the scene. He tries to play it smooth, telling Oberon to just take his map so they can hit the forest themselves. He acts like this map is the holy grail, and clueless Oberon totally buys it, saying he and Asta will just figure it out on the fly. Ray happily thanks Oberon, and right as he is about to dip out of there with a massive grin. I know what you're thinking, but no way. Asta uses a terrifying voice, giving Ray 1 exact second to sit. Ray is standing there looking dumbfounded, but since his 1 second is officially up, Asta completely tackles him and beats him like a literal bongo drum. Oberon watches in pure horror, while Asta pounds the dude into the floorboards, making him seriously doubt if they can actually beat the destroyer. Meanwhile, we see those 2 creepy guys linking up all over again. This time they're hanging in some weird spot trying to bust open a seal, but it's taking way longer than expected. They are totally shocked the beast hasn't even woken up. Even though its insane death aura is everywhere, Knowing Asta is heading for the forest monster, the destroyer, one guy decides to go ambush him while the other handles the seal. The first dude, Solian, asks his buddy Kellic if he can actually handle Asta, and he brags about popping so many mages that Asta is basically a total joke to him. Meanwhile, Asta's squad is already marching into the woods, with Ray guiding them after getting the absolute stuffing beat out of him. Oberon is super hyped that everything is working out because Asta literally showed up to save the day. Since Asta is rocking a full body cover, Oberon can't even guess how old he is. But based on his height, he figures they're bros around the same age. Turns out Asta's sick nickname is the New Moon, known as a guy who just fixes massive problems. Right at that moment, Asta asks the guide if he wants to hand over his huge backpack so he can stash it away, since it looks insanely heavy. Ray totally fakes being humble, claiming it's packed with emergency gear he might need anytime, so he really better just keep holding on to it. Asta instantly realizes Ray hasn't given up on his sketchy plan to rob Oberon blind, but they just keep marching on anyway. Moments later, Ray feels something rushing them and yells to watch out. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you're gonna want to see these wolf-riding orcs charging at top speed. Alright, stick with me here. Ray completely freaks out because they are nowhere near the second base camp, which is hardcore orc territory. Oberon just freezes up, absolutely paralyzed with fear, overthinking everything. But then glowing red rubies suddenly fill the sky. Before launching his counterattack, Asta casually tells Oberon to put up a shield, the second those orcs step into range. Asta unleashes his devastating attack, and as those red rubies fly straight at the orcs, they immediately realize they are totally cooked. The strike lands hard, triggering a massive explosion that forces even Oberon and Ray to cover their eyes. Once the thick smoke finally clears out, nothing is left but pure destruction. Seeing Asta flexing this insane power, Ray finally gives in and uses his subspace, realizing he cannot escape this crazy situation. Asta just nods, telling him to go ahead. As they keep moving forward, they bump into some super buff goblins that Asta one-shots instantly. Asta is actually shocked by how these goblins look, making him wonder if the destroyer mutated them or something crazy like that. So Ray tells Asta to take a much closer look at the bodies. After checking them out, Ray points out that these are Kenti goblins from the second base camp. But here is the really wild part about this. The fact that these goblins are out here means they are either expanding their turf, or something terrifying is hunting them down. Asta says it is super obvious they are being hunted. Just look at their claws covered in dirt and tree bark, plus their feet are literally torn to absolute shreds. Now pay attention, because everything proves they are running away. Ray suggests they take a huge detour to a safer route, mostly because these goblins hunt in packs and are literal apex predators in this zone. Ray knows that whatever scared these goblins is no joke at all, telling Asta they really need to avoid any unknown variables right now. Surprisingly enough, Asta actually agrees with him, saying that unexpected risks are the absolute worst. So yeah, they are just going to play this smart for once. Asta confirms that Ray has some crazy sharp senses, because even with his own wide-range detection, the whole area is full of static interference, but Ray somehow found the perfect route around it. Asta has no choice but to admit Ray is way more competent than he thought. He decides to let Ray take the lead for now. A little later, Ray announces they are almost at their destination. Once they cross the massive swamp ahead of them, they hit the first base camp. But he tells the boys to take a quick breather, while he goes ahead to scout the swamp area first. As they settle down, Asta can clearly see how stressed Oberon is, and honestly, he gets it. That detour cost them a whole day. Oberon says they cannot waste time because the monster is definitely closing in fast. He tells Asta they need to find the destroyer right now and take it out before things spiral completely out of control. The dude is literally blaming himself for everything that went down, and instead of offering fake sympathy, Asta just agrees with him. He really does not get why this guy is venting to him like he is some kind of paid therapist. You and I both know something bad is coming. Suddenly, Ray pops up looking terrified, screaming that they need to run because the swamp ruler is here. Turns out, deep inside that creepy part of the forest, there is a literal hell zone called the Depths, and this swamp ruler, it is one of the ancient, primordial nightmares that crawled right out of there. Apparently, nobody has any clue why the swamp ruler left the depths and decided to claim the forest wetlands instead. Ray complains about their horrible luck that this swamp boss showed up right now after so many years. Asta casually asks if they can just avoid it and cross the wetlands another way, since the swamp is massively huge. Ray shoots that down instantly, saying there is zero chance. Because the absolute second a single toe touches that water, the monster will lock onto their scent and hunt them to the ends of the earth. Oberon nervously asks Ray how long another route would even take. And Ray says it is not that simple, because they would need a massive detour. This is exactly why guides work so insanely hard to secure a direct path through the wetlands. But if they actually have to detour from this spot, Ray drops the bomb that it will take 10 days minimum, maybe even a whole month. Oberon is completely shocked hearing this, but he realizes they have literally no other choice for staying safe. Ray asks if he should prep the new route, but Asta steps up, flat out saying they are crossing the wetlands. Ray is stunned by this and tries explaining to Asta just how dangerous this boss is. It has wiped out countless soldiers, mages, and armored knights. But Asta just looks at Ray and tells him no. They are not just passing through, they are going to kill the swamp ruler. And trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Let's dive right in. Oberon steps up, telling Asta he doesn't need to go this far for him. He's just grateful they made it this far, but Asta cuts him right off. This swamp monster has to go down. He straight up asks if he's gonna freeze up like a coward when they eventually face the destroyer. Oberon tries tossing out some goofy analogy, but Asta isn't having it. His mind is made up. They're hunting the swamp ruler tomorrow. Realizing there is absolutely no way to chain Asta's incredibly stubborn mind today, Oberon admits there might actually be one way he can help out. Asta raises an eyebrow. Were you planning to just watch earlier? Oberon confesses his special talent hasn't fully awakened yet, but he's totally confident it can still give them a huge edge. He calls it a gift, the ability, Overclock. It's an insane support skill that pushes a target's hidden potential to the absolute maximum limit for a short burst of time. Asta's eyes light up immediately. He leans in and tells Oberon to spill every single detail. Fast forward to the next morning. Oberon wakes up super early to prep for the crazy mission ahead. But he's totally shocked seeing Asta walking over, literally dragging a beat-up Ree behind him. Asta caught the guy trying to run away and handed him another epic beatdown. He casually asks Ree which tree he wants to be tied to next time so the wild beasts can eat him. Seeing how dead serious Asta looks right now, Ree quickly swears he has zero reasons left to run away. Once they finally finish grabbing some breakfast and Asta's physical condition hits peak optimal fighting levels, he looks right at Oberon and asks if he's ready. Oberon nods yes. Exactly as expected, Ree panics, shouting he isn't ready. Asta just tells them to step back while he handles the monster. Then, our guy casually walks right into the murky swamp to grab its attention. Because the exact second anyone steps foot into this giant boss's territory, It instantly starts tracking them. To make things even spicier, Asta slices his own hand open, letting his blood drip right into the water. Now pay close attention here. Seconds later, a massive whirlpool erupts and the beast breaches. It is so unbelievably huge it completely towers over Asta. While Oberon and Ree are literally shaking, Asta doesn't flinch. He casually turns back to Oberon and says, "Do it." Without hesitating, Oberon unleashes his skill, fully unlocking Asta's crazy hidden potential. Asta instantly feels raw power surging through his veins, finally experiencing that sweet, unrestricted freedom he's been missing for a while. The monster lunges in for an attack, thinking it scored a direct hit. But Asta had already blasted into the sky, grabbing the high ground. He actually smirks, thanking the giant beast because now he gets to properly test his new absolute limits. Back during the explanation of how overclock actually works, Oberon admitted he doesn't totally get it, but rumor says it unlocks potential way past a person's normal limits. However, he made it super clear Asta had to follow one strict rule. Overclock only lasts exactly 5 minutes. Going past that is basically a death sentence, so this fight has to end in under 5 minutes. Now face to face with the boss, Asta flexes a ton of glowing magic circles, deciding 5 minutes is way more than enough time to have some fun. Asta activates a massive fire spell, engulfing the beast in flames so insanely intense that the fire actually keeps burning completely underwater. You and I both know that makes no sense, right? Oberon and Ree are just as shocked seeing this crazy fire defying logic underwater. Ree's jaw is on the floor because the giant monster is already crouching in pain. Which means our guy, Asta, really might have a solid shot at killing it. But right then, Ree spots something super dangerous. He screams at Asta to watch out because the beast is about to roar. Before that warning can even fully land, the swamp ruler unleashes an earth-shattering roar, and the intense fire magic instantly fizzles out. Asta quickly realizes this monster's scream can literally disrupt the natural flow of mana around them. Honestly, he isn't even surprised. You expect nothing less from the ruler of the swamp. Suddenly, Ree yells at Asta again, begging him not to look into the monster's eyes. Just 3 seconds of eye contact will completely freeze his mana. Asta is totally annoyed. Why is Ree just now dropping this massively important information in the middle of a fight? Turns out, Ree has always been terrified of the Swamp King because of its broken ability to alter mana and freeze any target's magic solid. Plus, its skin is practically armor, so insanely tough it can literally repel a knight's ether attacks. That's exactly why Ree's master told him back in the day that the absolute best strategy against the Swamp King is just running away entirely. However, instead of trying to plan an escape route now, Ree actually believes Asta has a real chance to crush this monster. Ree clenches his fist, choosing to believe in this absolute monster of an MC. Asta smirks, promising Ree a little chat later. Ree agrees, just survive first. That's where we leave it, trust me, you're gonna want to see this showdown. Stick with me here. Looking at the monster's eyes for over 3 seconds is a death sentence, so Asta takes action. He literally launches himself at the beast, smashing rubies straight into its eyeballs. The thing screams in absolute agony as its vision goes completely dark. It thrashes around, clawing its ruined eyes. When it finally looks up, Asta is flying right at it. Boom! Asta nails it with a brutal body blow, triggering his collision strike skill. A massive shockwave rips straight through the monster's core, but somehow, this absolute tank actually manages to resist it. Asta has to admit, the big guy is pretty tough. But he tells it straight up, you are way too slow. Time to wrap this up. Asta smirks, thanking the monster for a fun warm-up and promises to show it a trick that will blow its mind. He gathers a massive amount of mana and triggers a brand new skill. He calls this one explosive annihilation. The beast takes the hit, and at first nothing happens. Then it starts swelling up from the inside until splat, total explosion. The monster is totally wiped out, and Astad collapses into the water, passing out from pure exhaustion. Honestly, he is pretty bummed that a basic monster could push him to his absolute limits. He wonders how things would have played out if he used this skill against Declan back then. He is pretty sure Declan would block it, but definitely not without taking heavy damage. Because no matter how insanely tough your force field is, that blast would rip it apart. I mean, Astad literally named it explosive annihilation because it wrecks everything. Now watch closely, because you and I are about to meet Astad's stalker. Turns out, the creep watching everything is none other than Kellogg. He is absolutely stunned that Astad actually killed the ancient beast he had set up as bait. And he did it with his bare hands while destroying the monster's eyes. Kellogg wonders if Astad is some kind of mage, but quickly drops the idea. The sheer amount of mana used is just too crazy. At the same time, Astad does not fight like a martial artist. Even though Kellogg could also defeat the monster, he is still seriously impressed. Actually, Kellogg felt genuine fear watching the whole thing. He starts laughing like a total maniac, hyped up for the hunt. It hits him suddenly. Astad seems to be a hunter, exactly like him. This leaves him wondering how he measures up against a fellow predator. But after seeing how dangerous things really are, Astad realizes he needs to level up his prep game way more. A little later, Astad finally wakes up and asks Oberon how long he was knocked out. Oberon is pretty shocked to see him conscious, telling him he was out cold for 2 hours. Astad groans, complaining that his head is spinning. Oberon explains it is just a normal side effect of getting hit with that overlock skill. Oberon tells him to chill out about it. He kept the duration super short, so the physical toll should be pretty minimal. Still, he gives him a heads up that he will probably feel like trash all day. You and I both know the truth here. Astad feels like he is literally dying. His hands won't stop shaking. He realizes he would have drowned in that nasty swamp if Oberon and Ray hadn't pulled him out. Then it hits him, Ray is nowhere to be found. He looks around, asking where the guy went. Right on cue, Ray pops out of the bushes. He tells Astad not to sweat it, swearing he has absolutely zero intention of running away ever again. But Astad just tells him to shut his mouth and explain where he was hiding. Ray nervously confesses he was checking the Swamp Lord's body to see if there was any decent loot. Ray asks what Astad plans to do with the beast's corpse. Astad casually tells him to just take the whole thing as payment for saving his life. He even tosses him a subspace bag to carry it. Ray is practically jumping for joy, thanking him endlessly. Astad figures he will just hand over one of those bags he looted from the black market dealer. While Ray is busy partying over scoring the beast's body, Oberon asks Astad if he is really sure about this. Those Swamp Lord remains are worth an absolute fortune. Astad simply tells Oberon he does not care about the corpse at all, and Ray needs to make a living anyway. Oberon is super touched by this, fully convinced that Astad is just this noble, considerate, and incredibly kind guy. However, Oberon is completely dead wrong. He has no clue Astad has his own sneaky reasons for ditching the Swamp Lord. You see, its skin and fur are famous for blocking ether. Meaning if someone actually crafted a robe out of it, they could sell that gear for insane money. But honestly, sometimes materials totally lose their magic properties the second the monster dies. That is exactly why Ray's sword sliced through the skin so easily, even if the dummy doesn't realize it yet. So what do you and I take from this? Astad just gave him a pile of useless junk. Oberon asks what the next move is. Asta says they are behind schedule, but thanks to Ray, they can rest one more day. But wait. Stick with me, guys, because Asta has zero interest in resting. He wants to get moving right away. Later that night, they hit Base Camp 1, and right at the entrance, Asta notices how pitch black it is. Ray explains the camp ditches campfires at night, since the light would just attract a ton of nasty monsters. Then Ray suggests they track down the base camp manager, so they can finally get their room assignments sorted. Asta asks what the heck a camp manager even is, and Ray explains it is basically the mercenary squad that completely owns the turf. Turns out, these guys pocket a cut of the loot from every single merc who crashes at their spot. To put it simply, they are basically glorified bandits running the show. Suddenly, a terrifying voice cuts through the dark, teasing Ray about getting bold enough to call them bandits. Ray looks up and spots Fixer, the camp boss, standing tall on the watchtower, and completely freaks out. Even Oberon is super intimidated by the dude's rugged vibe. Oh, and his mercenary squad goes by the name Aviat. Fixer leaps right off his post and lands dead center. He reaches a hand out toward Asta, but Asta completely freezes until Fixer casually mentions he is just trying to offer a friendly handshake. Now watch this closely. Asta finally shakes his hand, and they both unleash a massive aura as a total power flex. Once they wrap up their little macho power struggle, Asta straight up asks Fixer why he came to greet them. Fixer drops a proposal. He heard they are heading back to Base Camp 4, making Oberon super confused about how he knew. Fixer throws Ray under the bus, saying he overheard him loudly bragging about how he planned to scam some clueless mage. But honestly, he literally could not care less about that scam, because he wants them to take him to Base Camp 4. Asta is totally shocked, but Fixer explains that if Camp 4 falls, his own camp is next on the chopping block. Asta actually is not against the idea at all. I mean, extra backup is always a win. He is about to agree when Oberon rudely cuts in to reject the deal, completely shocking Asta. Fixer demands to know why he is shutting it down, and Oberon claims the area around Camp 4 has turned into a total death zone. Oberon says things are way worse than anyone imagined. Fixer loudly interrupts, basically asking if Oberon is calling it too dangerous of a death trap for him to actually handle. Oberon confirms it, and Fixer absolutely loses his cool, unleashing an overwhelming aura while calling Oberon an arrogant, stuck-up mage. Fixer is absolutely furious. I know what you are thinking. Oberon messed up. Fixer asks who gave him the right to decide, since he survived this long trusting his sword alone. Fixer admits he might just look like some basic mercenary. But he and his squad have a ton to protect in strict lines they will never cross. By now, Oberon is super stressed, and Fixer screams that they have just as much right as he does to defend their own home turf. Fixer turns around, spitting that he expected way more from the Academy director's disciple, but Oberon is nothing but a massive, embarrassing disappointment. He tells Oberon they are finding a place to crash, so he can just go snooze if he really wants to. The whole vibe gets super awkward, and Asta heads in for a quick shower. After washing up, while his buddies are snoring away, Asta casually strolls into Fixer's private office. Fixer demands to know what is up, and Asta just shrugs, saying it is nothing serious. He just wants to chat. Fixer scolds Asta, calling him a gutsy little kid for pulling a stunt like this. Asta randomly asks how old he is, and Fixer grumbles that he is turning 50 next year. Asta completely throws him off, claiming he was already 50 last year. Fixer does not buy it and tells the kid to bounce if he is just here talking trash. Asta claps back, saying he is 99% sure Fixer plans on hitting the 4th base camp no matter what the others say. Asta suggests Fixer just tag along with his crew, telling him to completely ignore all the toxic nonsense Oberon was spewing earlier. Because Asta knows linking up makes them way stronger. Fixer is totally stunned by this swagger, since he assumed Oberon was the guy running the show. Asta lets Fixer know that Oberon is literally just a figurehead, and Asta operates on a completely different level than that coward. Honestly, he acts his real age. Turns out, Asta wants Fixer on his team because he analyzed that wild aura he flexed on Oberon. He could tell Fixer was crazy experienced, and knights with that kind of horsepower are super rare. Fixer realizes Asta basically wants his guys as meat shields, and Asta smirks. Fixer asks if this is an official request, but Asta reminds him he is handing him exactly what he wanted, a solid escape route. Fixer reveals he is sending the rookie mercs home, and only dragging his hardcore veterans into the actual danger zone. So what do we learn here? Asta thinks it is super admirable that Fixer will gladly sacrifice himself for rookies. Next, let's dive back in. Fixer tells Asta he needs Ray to find a safe route for the rookie mercs, since the guy is an absolute legend at navigating. He is literally willing to trade his own guide. Asta just stares, asking why he is even sweating this so much. Fixer brings up the swamp ruler, basically admitting his current guide isn't skilled enough to safely detour around the massive wetlands. Asta casually brushes it off, letting him know that if that's the only issue, they're good. Fixer looks at him, completely and utterly confused. Asta asks how they even reached the first camp, since detouring the swamp would have dropped them at Camp 3. Fixer is completely stunned hearing this, asking if the boss monster simply retreated. Asta casually mentions he already sent the swamp ruler straight to the afterlife, leaving Fixer absolutely and utterly speechless. The very next morning, the older mercs gear up to move out while the rookies head home. Asta asks Fixer if he sent a scout to double-check. Fixer nods and says yes. They confirm the swamp ruler is dead. You and I both know Fixer has to ask, who the heck is this guy? Asta coldly replies that he is his new boss, asking if Fixer has finally made up his mind about the deal. Fixer agrees. He just tells Asta to make sure the young guys get out safe like he promised, and Asta swears he will. Fixer asks Asta what his endgame is here, and Asta straight up says he wants some guys to use as cannon fodder. Just like before, Asta promises that after this mission, Fixer is a totally free man, and the mercenary boss agrees. Asta tells him to drop the Sir stuff. Being 2 years older does not mean squat in this crazy wild world. Fixer just stares in total shock. He completely refuses to believe Asta is actually older, practically convinced this dude is some ancient wizard who chugged a youth potion. One of Fixer's guys runs up saying they are ready. Fixer barks orders to pack up fast. They cannot keep Asta waiting. Once all the tough mercenaries are gathered together, Fixer splits them up. Half of them, the hardcore veterans, are heading deep into the woods. The rookies are heading out. Fixer hypes his boys up, yelling to protect Aviat's name. The mercenaries instantly start volunteering, fighting over who gets to go. Fixer sees them totally geeking out and aggressively tells them to shut their mouths. He tells the rookies he has zero intention of hearing a single peep from them and orders them to bounce. Even with Fixer yelling at them, the kids refuse to leave, while Asta just watches from behind. Ray pops up, asking Asta if the Aviat mercs are really joining their squad. Asta roasts him, asking if he is totally deaf. Ray is hyped. These guys are elite monster hunters who have defended the base camp for nearly 200 years. Listening to this hype, Asta realizes these guys are basically pros who know how to win. Now, I know what you're thinking. Bright says most monsters are absolutely zero threat to him. But he still admits having these veteran mercenaries around is a massive help. Estelle really hopes that's true, turning to ask Ray and Oberon if they are all packed up. Oberon swears he is good to go, but Estelle savagely jokes that a dead man does not need to pack anything. Ray yells at Estelle to stop jinxing their awful fate, but ends up begging Estelle to take him along if they survive this mess. Estelle knows the guy is risking it all. But honestly, he won't find a better lifeline than our main character, unless Declan somehow kills him first. Right, Estelle then tells Ray he is totally free to do whatever he wants. Ray says thanks, promising to give it his absolute best, but draws the line at literally selling his soul. Fixer catches up with Estelle, asking him a huge favor to recruit someone before they roll out. Estelle asks who and where. Fixer says the guy is at the second camp. He wants Estelle to head over and convince the camp boss, Hollig, to join them. Even if Hollig bails, Fixer really wants to borrow his vice captain, since the dude is a literal genius strategist. Meanwhile, back at the second base camp, they are also gearing up to head out to the fourth base camp. Hollig's vice captain mentions they just need to fully clear out the facilities. But Hollig tells him to chill. If goblins move in, they can just take the place back later. Deep down, the vice captain is stressing. That plan only works if they actually make it back alive. Hollig starts rambling about vanity. Trust me, you will want what's next. Stick with me here, because Hollig thought he peaked as boss. But he casually tells his vice he wants to bite the dust fast, just so the kid can take his spot and finally see what he's talking about. The vice is totally not having it. He scolds Hollig to quit dropping morbid jokes like they are absolutely nothing. Honestly, he hates this weird behavior. Hollig just smirks and fires back that maybe he is acting out of character because his time to die has finally arrived. The vice completely freezes at that, and then it hits him. Hollig actually plans to team up with Fixer and his crew for real. He screams at Hollig, reminding him that the destroyer is no joke. That monster is not something to mess with, especially since it hasn't even mutated yet, even though it is already warping the entire forest around them. Now watch closely. The vice demands to know why Hollig is suddenly jumping into a crazy suicide mission, because this is definitely not his usual style. Hollig just stares at him and asks what kind of guy he thinks he is. The vice deadpans, saying he is someone chasing a massive payday. Hollig grins and points out that all the top-tier veteran fighters will be there, which means this epic battle will be totally worth the risk. Still, the vice thinks it is a massive mistake. He practically begs his boss to rethink this whole crazy plan. He tells Hollig the boys are already packing to ditch the place. All he has to do is cancel that trip to the fourth base camp. Hollig chuckles, seeing right through him. His vice is terrified of dying. The guy flat out admits he has zero plans to meet his ancestors today. Then Hollig drops a massive bomb. He tells the kid to become boss, so he can finally warm the top seat at least once. Matter of fact, you saw that coming, right? He basically hands over the keys, leaving the guy totally stunned while Hollig officially crowns him boss of the second base camp. He even says the kid can rename the camp whatever he wants. It was supposed to be this touching goodbye. But then, bam! Absolute nightmare fuel as a twisted arm punches right through Hollig's chest from behind. It is Kellogg. He laughs like an absolute maniac, telling Hollig he is sending him and his boys straight to the afterlife. The new boss screams in pure horror, but to protect his successor, Hollig gathers every last drop of his strength and kicks the kid sky high, blasting him away from danger. The new boss watches his mentor die at Kellogg's hands. Hollig's final order: just survive because he is the boss now. Alright guys, that wraps up this insane video. If you enjoyed this wild ride, drop a comment asking for the next part down below. Also hit subscribe, smash the bell and leave a like. You and I just witnessed pure madness. Thanks for watching. See you next time.